use my character sheet, so.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and other gentle people of the interwebs. Welcome to Be Diced Adventures, presenting the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, a wonderful, fun-filled adventure hosted by myself, Matt, also known as Vortornet on the interwebs, and joining me to help collaboratively tell this story is my wonderful, amazing, and as recently outed on TikTok, strangest party that you will ever meet, starting with that guy right there.
What it do, what it be? I'm your boy, Daddy Tarzan. You know, we in these streets, you know, heard. Yeah, I play Clucky McCluckerson. Word.
Whiter than Clucky's feathers. Anyway, KJ.
Hi, I'm KJ. You can find me on social medias as kj.cosplay, and I play the ever-shifting of personalities, Riley and Petrichor, who are in a little bit of a sticky situation, but I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it's fine. Trademark. Charge it. Way over yonder.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Victor. You can find me as Victor _ the Story Weaver on the Tux, and I play Bahro, the wandering monk and only sane and stable individual in this party.
I don't think that's true, but sure.
We will see how long that remains the case. And right, taking up the whole bottom row, have the back seat all to themselves, like the cool kid.
Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on TikTok and other social platforms. I play Xanthi Nightingale, who is a draconic sorceress who is also a recovering alcoholic and just set off a nuke. So, I'm excited.
Accurate.
We're all excited. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Alrighty. So, that being said, last time on D&D, our party recently split, was making their way, some of them making their way through this goblinoid encampment. Riley, sneaking through with the accompaniment of Crow, ended up having to split at the last moment as Crow led away some would-be pursuers, and Riley continued to scale a wall and actually enter the fortress itself. Meanwhile, in the Legion of Doom, I mean on the outside of the encampment, just beyond the trees, one ambush freshly completed, a second quickly coming to fruition. The rest of our party, led by Clucky McCluckerson, featuring Bahro and Xanthi, led yet, as I said, another ambush on some hobgoblins that are starting to investigate the area as it's getting a little suspicious in there. So, after completely mangling these two individuals, what do you do when you're a party of adventurers? You set them on fire. That's what happened. There was fire, controlled burn to, in fact, make a large plume of smoke to try and draw some attention from these goblinoid invaders. Work in progress. Back inside, Riley was able to, for the first time, cast one of Petrichor's spells and can now do so twice a day. And proceeded to ninja their way past several patrols, including one that of note of a very particularly large bugbear individual, and eventually came upon the as close as they could get to this artifact that they are now magically tracking. And as they were trying to figure out how they were going to get into this room where this artifact is supposedly being held, a third ambush as our outside party in the Far West, um, as they were luring a larger contingent of individuals that are now interested. Why is the forest on fire? Um, and why is there this giant chicken creature yeeting corpses at us? Yeah, let's go in there and figure out what's going on. Only to have their worlds literally rocked by Ms. Nightingale, who used Xanthi Nightingale's keg of sobriety and dropped a fantastical alcoholic infused alchemist fire barrel that, well, honestly, we're about to see the actual aftermath of. For back on the inside, right before we concluded our session, Riley got eyes on this artifact in question, a green orb affixed in the teeth of some dinosaur skull on top of a throne. So, a flash of light, a blast of heat, and the shaking of the earth. Taylor, I need you to stop choking and dying. We're about to get a moment here. Xanthi looks down at as this bomb is going off. You're watching in sort of slow motion as one by one these hobgoblins and goblins are being thrown backward away from the epicenter of this explosion, and almost in slow-mo as you're watching the flames rise, you had a moment. You described what this barrel and its contents had meant to Xanthi and her sobriety, and now that you are looking and you are seeing how this is unfolding, there's something that resonates with you that, this is a incredibly symbolic event in your journey. You no longer have this temptation of literally carrying this device with you anymore. And as such, at dawn on every day, when you make your roll for sobriety, you will henceforth have advantage on the roll.
Yay!
So
It would really suck if that just fails.
it's a possibility, but you are in fact, as we discussed, 7 out of 10 on your way until we are considering Xanthi fully sober, and having advantage for the rest of those as little as 3 days. Absolute wonderful, wonderful news. And for the bad news, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. I'm gonna break out my lucky Xanthi colored D20 for those. Oh god. That's a 12 plus 2 for 14.
12.
Plus 2 for 14.
14. Okay. So as you are appreciating this moment in in your journey and appreciating, as you always do, the conflagration that has been wrought from your hands. There's that briefest moment of, oh fuck, I'm close, and Xanthi is blown out of the tree.
You just see the stream of smoke just shooting across the sky.
This is so accurate. So accurate.
It's just like a comet, just pew! What direction
That
am I
also being
going?
said, we're about to find out.
Oh dear God!
Because I need another dexterity saving throw from Clucky.
I kind of figured that was coming. Those are two 18s for a total of 21. I rolled two 18s.
Okay,
That's
so
pretty dope.
Clucky running away. You know that Xanthi was doing something, but none could have comprehended the scale. So confidently running away from the center of whatever Xanthi was doing, a incredibly loud boom followed by a shock wave. You're not damaged. You're not like you're not thrown 500 feet or anything like that, but you do stumble forward, kind of fall down on all fours, probably wings spread to try to keep yourself aloft for that moment, and just like like crap. And as you're stumbling, there is a thud in front of you as Xanthi hits the ground and kind of skids to a halt.
You just see her face down on the ground, smoldering.
Okay.
Do I take any fall damage?
I'm not going to taint this epic moment with fall damage here, so you're gonna be fine.
She just ragdolled, so she's good. She's good.
For flavor, Clucky's spiritual chickens that you've been seeing more frequently hanging around him as of late, they form a little pillow fort or pillow case of cushion underneath you as you land.
Oh, that is adorable.
So a little extra flavor of his spirit shield.
Oh my God, that is so fucking cute. Little celestial chickens, a little pillow of celestial chickens.
All right.
Whoa. Oh, by all means, go on.
I was just gonna say once Clucky is able to regain his bearings, he'll stand up, assess this situation, seeing that Xanthi is now safe on the ground in front of him, turning to see the aftermath and what remains of this horde that was chasing behind him.
Give me a perception check.
Yay! Let's see. That's gonna be 17 plus 5, 22.
22. You look behind you, and there is a sizable divot in the ground where a lot of goblinoids used to be. There are some shapes that are blackened and smoldering on the ground that look vaguely humanoid. And definitely beyond them, there are for sure some goblinoid shapes that are, sprawled out basically all over this section of the forest. A lot of the trees are actively burning. One has actually fallen over. You can see that's actually got a few goblins or hobgoblins pinned underneath it. But basically, if they are alive in that epicenter, they are like struggling to get to their feet and have to recollect themselves before taking any further action.
Gotcha.
So all them bitches be prone.
For the most part, yeah.
Clucky would seize this opportunity to start clearing the field of any potential threats, like quickly just running through the field, swiping with his. I'll say he pulls out his greatsword this time. Or actually, these guys are wearing armor. He's going to pull out his flint great axe because some of these motherfuckers are going to be flammable today. Extra flammable.
Some of them are already on fire.
Exactly. More flames.
Courtesy of Xanthi.
So yeah, he's going to be storming through this area, clearing out any immediate threats. Looking to draw more attention from the fort once this immediate area is dealt with.
Go ahead and make 3 attack rolls with advantage.
Sweet. You'll love to see it. That's a nat 20 on the first set.
Okay.
24 on the second set.
Okay.
And a 21 on the third.
Fantastic. Yeah, so this was originally a battalion of, I think I said about 20 individuals. About half of them were dead on impact from the blast. So with these 3 attacks, you easily dispatch 3 of them that are already on the ground, and the rest are trying to get up and mobilize. Xanthi, you, as you are recollecting yourself, getting up from being thrown out of a tree, you definitely would know that Clucky has turned back to where you guys came from, and is on the offensive.
All right. Is there like any sign of any like other people, like individuals coming out of the stronghold?
Give me a perception check.
Perception. That is a 19 plus 6 for a 25. Give it to me.
The answer is yes. And these individuals are mounted.
Oh, shit.
There are a few goblins that are astride the same dinosaurs as Opal. And there's actually like 2 or 3 that are on these very large feline-esque creatures with very large canine fangs, with properly made saddles and weapons in their hands, and they are at this point in a full sprint.
Are they all kind of grouped together?
Groupie-ish. Depending on the scale of what you're trying to do, in which, if I know any pyromaniac spellcaster in D&D, I know exactly what you're thinking of. There's about 6 of them total. They're spread out enough, though, that you'd probably be able to get 3 of them at most.
I would like to cast Wall of Fire.
Ooh, that's a different pyromaniac spell.
I would like to put them in a ring, and then then I would like to put them in a ring, and if I like anyone outside, I'd like to hit them with the ring. And so like, what would the radius of that whole scenario would that be?
It does say the radius of Wall of Fire.
For circular, I think it's 20-foot radius.
Okay, so with that 20-foot radius, that's the same as Fireball. So yeah, same thing. You could kind of lock down pretty much any 3 that you wanted.
Which ones are the bigger ones?
So radius is only half the circle, so it'd be a total of 40 feet.
Yeah, 40 feet across, but I mean, same radius as Fireball still, so...
It's gonna be a big-ass hole.
Yeah. So... It's not really a matter of, like, big or small. They're technically small creatures astride medium-sized creatures. And so, I mean, there's 4 of the Deinonychus, and then there's 2 of the saber-toothed tigers. So, I mean, I'll let you take your pick if you want to do 3 Deinonychus or the 2 saber-tooth tigers and 1 nine. You can do however you want. I don't have a battle map up, so we're gonna have some fun.
Let's do 1 saber-tooth tiger, and I'll also add on 2 diakinesis with that order, please. Extra crispy.
Okay. Would you like any flying dinos with that?
No, thank you. I would like to. I'm on a diet, and I'm trying not to die.
Yeah, there you go. You don't want to die. It's now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So I cast Wall of Fire in a circle on 4th level.
Yeah.
So they will have to make dexterity saving throws.
Okie dokie.
Gotta love picking them off slowly.
And as soon as she sets this wall of fire up, she's gonna scream back at Clucky, "We got mounts coming this way, and I have a ring ready for you."
Okay, so
There's
go
one
ahead.
thing I know that Clucky likes. It's a ring of fire to fight shit in.
Actually, last time he was in a ring of fire to fight shit, he kind of got blowed up. But, well, I guess now you said it both ways. Blown up, then ring of fire, and ring of fire, then blown up. So...
we gotta keep things consistent here. You
checking those boxes, just bucket list.
Yeah.
Hey, the one thing that Clucky loves is consistency.
The Clucket list.
Bucket list.
Okay, so go ahead, roll me some damages.
Okay. 5d8. Okay, I found my d8. Sorry about that. All right, that is a 4 and a 5. Ah, shit.
Ooh, she said that.
And then 2 5s. So 5, 10, 15, 16, 19 points of damage.
19 points of damage.
If they took full damage. Oh, I used my Staff of Booyah on top of that, so that would be an extra 2 points of fire damage.
Did you already roll the d4? Because it's a d4 on the following turn, I believe. Is that how I wrote it on there? I did actually make the item and put it in your inventory. I just can't remember what I did.
Hold on. Let me look at this scenario. Where is my? Nope,
I have so many D&D Beyond pages open right now.
Okay. Additionally, in any spell you cast during the staff as a focus deals fire damage, deals an additional 1d4 fire damage to a creature that took damage from the spell at the start of their next turn. Okay.
Gotcha. There it is. Okie dokie. Alrighty. So, that being said, what you see, so the 3 that you did not get, you definitely slowed them down because now they kind of got to go like 20 feet in either direction out of their way. So they do kind of split off and start making their way around after you. The head, the one that was at the point that you did get in the circle, one of these Deinonychus, comes tumbling out of the fire, still kind of engulfed the goblin that was on its saddle, still remains in its saddle, which is kind of weird to you. But it does make its way to its feet and then kind of like limps a few times before coming after you still. The saber-toothed tiger on fire does charge right through the wall. And then the second Deinonychus actually leaps over the wall of fire.
That's accurate.
And they are all in full sprint after you guys. So...
And there's 6 of them, you said?
Xanthi's just going to be calling out, Clucky! Clucky!
You said there's 6 of them in total, right?
6 total.
Okay.
Animals and riders.
Gotcha.
When'd you call for that Uber?
Yeah. Seeing those closing in and the immediate areas dispatched with Clucky. Clucky's going to take flight, flying back towards Xanthi and picking her up off the ground and taking flight into the canopy.
Ooh. All right. While that happens, so you start spinning around. Now, if you remember from the chase as we first got to this dimension, these creatures are as fast as you while you are flying. Like you had to push yourself to catch one.
Right.
And now they are pushing themselves. Well, they're actually being pushed by riders.
Right.
So you spin, you take off flying. I'm imagining in the scene, knowing that he's coming this way, Xanthi would at least be backpedaling, if not turning around, knowing that Clucky's coming.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
She's straight like
that
running
moment,
and like just kind of like waiting and like yeah, she's
Gets
fucking booking it. Those things are coming.
yeah.
So way I'm imagining it is Clucky is going to swoop down, but gonna return to grab her reverse and lift her up. So when he starts flying forward again, she's facing back towards the riders. So he's gonna call out to her, take out as many as you can. I will keep us safe.
Xanthi's gonna start casting Firebolt.
All right. We'll get to that in a moment. Because last time that we played, this bomb went off just as a monk landed behind enemy lines. Bahro.
Hi.
Just knowing that you have been policing yourself about your enhanced senses. This bomb went off, I want to say, like upwards of 300 feet away from you. It was big boom. But, I mean, you've been in the situation enough, and I know that you hold yourself to this, so I would just like to know if you rolled because this was a loud noise, given the distance.
Yes, I wanted to.
I don't impose this on
Yeah,
you.
no,
You
I
do.
actually, my case was also to ask the distance between me and it, and depending on what how big of a boom we're talking, would have been the kind of boom that would have demanded for Bahro's like hearing senses to have to struggle whether or not he stays balanced.
So the sound of this explosion was, I want to say, like, you could estimate it in the realm of the loudness of a clap of thunder with how this went off.
Okay, so I mean, I would say Bahro has heard thunder throughout his life. I feel like it's different having like hearing thunder while you're out and about, that you sort of like learn to sustain that versus like, you know, a gun being shot really close to your face. Like it's a very different circumstance. So if it's thunder, I would think that with the distance and potentially also having the wall that he just jumped over,
there is also a very large wall between. Yes,
that maybe didn't demand for, like, it could have maybe given him a bit of a stumble, but not necessarily a thing where he actually get like blinded by it.
At the very least, Bahro was going, "What the fuck just happened?"
Yeah, at the very least, you know, that feeling of like being shooketh, and sort of kind of getting disoriented for a moment.
So, furthermore, with that, as described previously, this was an impact large enough that it did actually shake the earth beneath your feet, which that would probably resonate with Bahro as much, if not more, than just the sound of the explosion itself. And as such, in that brief moment, as the earth is literally quivering, you definitely can get a sense that everyone in this fortress is on high alert now. And like it's kind of brief, but people are like, there was only a handful that you would, with Bahro's perception, be able to tell were like mounted riders heading towards the gate. Only a handful. but there is a much larger force of infantry and potentially some cavalry gearing up, like they are about to start marching.
With that like that moment of the earth shaking, would the vibration was the vibration enough to sort of expand that tremor sense distance? Like, would I have been able to get a ping on, like, I recognize that particular like figure in the distance?
So what I will say, knowing exactly which figure you are looking for, the scale, you have like it's only there for a moment, but like sort of a brief moment where you have almost a 3D map of this fortress. But because of that scale and the amount of time that you have it, you are not able to pinpoint any particular individual.
Gotcha. One second, a sec. Sorry. Okay. I mean, I would say that Bahro did he at least get a sense of, okay, like this part wall that I just jumped on seems to be like this part of this particular fort, and then with the vibration happen is like I sense there's like a big tower, like a bigger building, more center location in that direction. Maybe that's where I want to go. Kind of vibe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I would say that probably what Bahro would attempt to do is basically he would attempt to start using the commotion of the alertness, focus on like the door and the gate and people mounting and everything. He would attempt to move quietly and stealthily, trying to basically use the fact of everybody probably is clamoring and like arming up and using the sounds of everything and every gobbling and hobgobbling and things moving around to navigate this space and trying to hide, and like basically the typical like he's walking and then he stops right on the right spot behind like a cart before he moves, and then he sort of crouches right behind a stand and then moves and hides behind a log and just trying to, and if he needs to, wall run to a like the watchtower location, do it. And so slowly trying to make his way through the group as he continues to using slight taps of the staff disguised with the clamor of everything happening around him to try to just continue to have the tremor sense until he hopefully starts to sense some familiarity.
Got it. You are Batman sneaking through Arkham Asylum with detective vision on.
Sure.
So, I'm going to ask you a interesting question. What is better, your dexterity or wisdom modifier?
Dexterity. Did you hear me? I said dexterity.
Oh, dexterity. I did not hear. I think I'm lagging a little bit. I apologize.
It's okay.
So with dexterity, so I was going to allow you to make a wisdom-based stealth check, but since your dexterity is better, it can just be a normal stealth.
I can give myself guidance.
Give it advantage as well, because that's how we will benefit from your perception.
It's going to be 17.
It's going to be an ungodly number that can only be matched by Riley.
17, actually.
17?
Mm-hmm.
Here, I talked up such a big game. No, I'm kidding.
You jinxed my dice.
So you are you are able to, just as you said, sort of like wander your way through. You're listening to commotion. The spots where you stop and like a couple a couple of hobgoblins would be coming this way, and then you hear somebody shout some sort of order. They turn and they end up walking the other way. So you keep going forward, come to a corner, and then take that step back as a dinosaur that was previously set loose starts running right by you, doesn't stop. And a few moments later, like two 3 foot tall goblins with long sticks that have hoops on the end of them are chasing after them, trying to get them under control. But it takes a moment, but you do end up at, I will let you decide if you're going towards the main gate or a side or even the back of this fortress. This main Shinto-looking tower.
I will probably say that as soon as I am at a distance where I know that my tremor sense is able to travel through this tower, I will probably use it just to see if I can get a idea of what's inside.
Give me a perception check.
Casting guidance. That's 28.
28?
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. 25.
Okay. Nope. Failed. Okay.
Damn it.
So that being said, you kind of find like a nice spot on the side. You're unobserved, and you just go right up to a wall, take your staff, give it a nice solid thump. You get a pretty good outline of sort of the outside of the bottom couple floors of this, because those are made of stone, but somewhere kind of sort of like upward and at certain parts the vision gets a little fuzzy, and given the fact that you roll a 25, it's because it shifts from being made of stone to being made of something else that is perhaps less durable. So you kind of have a little bit of a layout, and on the second floor, pretty central, there is a sort of larger room that stands out. There's one that's kind of in the back corner, which that seems like odd, but But there's one that is second floor, and like knowing that you have good insight and you can kind of get the nature of things that you see, you would see this as like a hall or auditorium or other large space where people are meant to congregate for purpose.
I will say that probably Bahro, based on whatever the current layout of goblinoids spread near the tower, if he can sense any window or entry point for that second floor, he would just look for whichever position or like whichever side of the building is the safest, more accessible, and he probably would just wall run his way up, trying to get to an entry point, pausing, like perching from outside, just trying to listen for a second before deciding whether or not he can enter without hitch.
Okay. Given your previous rolls, rather than making you roll again, you are more than capable of finding a spot that fits your criteria. You find this moment, kind of hand on the wall, give it a little tap to definitely so that you can see what you're doing, and just run directly up the side and enter through this window. And from there, you know it's coming. You know it's coming.
I'm so nervous. You have no idea.
Riley, you had just opened this door and got eyes on this artifact, a softball-sized green orb with intricate detailing on it. And not a moment afterwards, the tower that you're in shakes for a moment. The sort of like decor on the walls and there's a couple like standing lamps for like candles and stuff like that. Like a couple of them fall over, but for the most part everything kind of stays where it's supposed to be until eventually coming to a stop. It's not like a full-scale earthquake that lasts for however long, but it's definitely enough that you are, even from this position, still able to notice.
Being that this is Riley, and the world that they came from, would they have an inkling of what that might have been?
Western New York is on a fault line, and if we're talking about post-apocalyptic modern-day Earth, then probably that would be a little bit more active. So you probably have felt at least one earthquake in your life. And you've also actually heard that there was a very big earthquake that made a place that you've never been to. I obviously didn't travel much, but there's a place called California that doesn't exist anymore because of an earthquake.
Victor did not make it in that dimension.
No, he didn't. The first thing that Riley does is slip into the room and like off to the side to be out of the view of the doorway, and then kind of scope the room to see if there's anybody in here before doing anything else.
Okay, last session I did say there was nobody in this room.
I didn't remember that.
Okay. I literally watched the session last night, so that
I did not.
Details.
All right.
You're noticeably busy.
I had a plan and it went out the window very fast.
That kind of happens when your party member literally sets off a bomb.
Yes, it does.
I try my best. I'm sorry.
Are there
No, I'm not.
any windows in this room or other exits?
Make a perception check.
To be fair, you left two of the most chaotic party members unattended.
It was not willing. 13.
There's definitely no windows as you, from exploring around, you know that this is kind of central in this tower, this room is. And the only door that you see is the one that you came in through.
All right. We're going to go up to... You said it was attached to a throne?
Yes, there is a ornate wooden throne that does have like some animal bones making up, like armrests and kind of going up the back, and there is a very nice red cushion along the back and for the seat, and mounted above where one would sit on this throne is what Riley would guess is like, you know what? Give me a nature check for Riley.
11.
11, knowing that Riley is a dinosaur kid. This is like an Allosaurus skull, so like kind of sizable, but not like our T-Rex huge. But yeah, there is a Allosaurus skull with this orb kind of right between the front four teeth.
Riley's gonna quickly climb up onto the chair and will test the jaw of the skull to see if it comes open, but in a way that they're also checking to make sure it's not trapped.
Make an investigation check.
Come on. 16.
The jaw appears to be movable, and you don't see any sort of mechanisms or triggers that would make you think that there is a trap or any other device hidden within this skull.
Then they'll just kind of pry the lower jaw open, grab the thing, take their one of the arms off the backpack, the denim backpack they're wearing, shove it in the bag, and then start making their way back out the way they came. Trying to be as quiet as possible
Still
because everyone's on
standing
high
on
alert.
the throne as you turn
no.
around. Somebody's in the doorway. There is a roughly it's John.
It's John.
John, the plumber guy. Yeah. Standing in the doorway, you see an individual that you saw previously. This roughly 6'3", fit, red-skinned individual, dark hair pulled back into a top knot, wearing a very ornate-looking, what was the word that we discovered? Hakama? Is that it?
Mhm. Yes.
Yes.
Hakama.
Thank you. With some sort of sword sheathed at their side.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of what now?
Mm-hmm.
Sword.
Better not hurt the baby. I got more fire where that came from.
And they are looking directly at you, Riley.
They're just gonna cinch the bag and clip the front flap over top, swing the bag back around, put their arm through it, and get behind the throne. And just kind of this is the only cover they have so far because they didn't really fully scope the room, and so they're just gonna kind of from behind one of the armrests, just kind of look over the top of it to not lose sight of where this individual is, but provide cover for themselves at the same time.
Kerbadopa Tiamashe.
Smash?
I don't know what you said.
Their head sort of tilts almost in an understanding tone. Give me the orb, and I will let you leave with your life, and maybe without your hands.
I can't. They're visibly shaking.
Stab him.
They start to slowly step into the room, and just for sake of argument, it was about a 40-foot journey from the door to the throne, up 2 small steps to make the platform sort of raised. And he's not sprinting at you, he is just walking very carefully.
As he's walking towards, I'm taking steps to keep the distance currently we have sustained.
Okay. As that's happening, it is not a matter of what you can or cannot do. It is what you will do. Whether you hand the orb to me, or whether I take it from your still corpse.
Do I have this prepared today? Please say I do.
Cash in that spell. Can I cash in that spell today?
I have one more, but I have to see if I have the spell.
Petrichor casts divine judgment. Just nuke.
I
Whole
do.
person.
I
Whole
do
person?
have it. I do have it.
Cash in, baby. Let's do this.
As they're, I'm assuming he's still walking towards Riley. They kind of take a deep breath, shaking beyond belief. Stop walking back and start walking towards this figure. I'm gonna make it out of here, and you can't stop me. And with that, they're gonna hold up their hand and try to cast Hold Person.
Mm-hmm.
Know it.
What is the save DC?
Am I using Petrichor's save DC?
Ooh. That's a good question. Because even though it is Petrichor's knowledge, it is still Riley casting the spell.
And the DCs will be different.
How much different?
For Petrichor, it would be a DC 15. For Riley, it would only be a DC 14. No. Hold on. How do you do spell save DCs?
Proficiency plus your wisdom modifier.
8 plus proficiency plus your wisdom. I got it, Tarzan!
12. It would be a 12 for Riley.
So it dropped by 3. I'm going to ask you, KJ, what you think is fair.
Don't do that to me!
You can always flip a coin.
I have white coin, actually. Just because I don't want to choose.
Oh, your
I'm gonna
fancy
go give my
D2?
coin. Yeah, wait, it's a coin that has a 1 or a 20. We're gonna get the coin.
Yeah.
Oh, so question, if Riley is successful in this whole person, would that allow Riley to like become a little bit more like maybe get a higher DC of sort? I don't know. I don't know how this works.
Nobody knows how this works. There's no rules for
baby's
this.
learning.
There's no precedent for this.
Clucky just cast Spirit Bomb.
I would vote Riley DC just to keep it interesting because chaos, like it's like
To
let's keep
be
things...
fair, I specifically made a separate character sheet because they do not have the same skills. And their modifiers for things are different. So it's only fair that Riley has access to these things, but it's with their abilities, not with Petrichor's. So I guess we're going with Riley's. We didn't even need to flip the coin.
The chaos.
Flip the coin anyway, just because you went and got
Just
it.
because?
So
What would
we're gonna flip
What
it.
are we gonna assign?
To be
Which
fair.
one's 1? Which one's 20?
Heads is Petrichor, tails is Riley.
It's a 1 and 20.
20 is Petrichor,
20.
1 is Riley.
All right,
Agreed.
I can flip this. It's a 20.
So you have chosen Riley, even though the coin has chosen Petrichor.
It's fine.
All right.
Oh dear God.
I need Wizard of the Coast to answer one thing for me. Why can't Ancestral Guardian Barbarians cast Spirit Bomb?
Spirit Bomb is not a spell.
I'm just imagining a giant chicken spirit bomb.
Should
Just,
be. Exactly.
Clucky is the Spirit Bomb.
You are the spirit bomb, Clucky.
Riley, you raise your hand. What does Petrichor's hold person look like?
They haven't cast Hold Person before, have they?
If they have, it's been a hot minute.
I don't think they have. I think I've prepared it before, but I've never had to use it. Hold on. So, Riley pulls a small straight piece of iron from the little pouch that Petrichor keeps the spell components they have. And clutching onto it with all of their might as they lift their hand. And almost like when Petrichor's cast command, they simply say, "Stop."
You do this, and Riley can feel sort of a little, almost like pins and needles run from their shoulder down to their fingertips, like, oh crap, something's happening. Something is leaving my body. And there's almost like a catch in this hobgoblin's step as it like sort of stops. And a moment later, its head just tilts and it finishes taking that step.
With the forward momentum that Riley has kind of created. What's the thing that I actually read a feat that I took for?
Mobile, I think you took?
Uh-huh.
Is that
If I make a melee attack against a creature, I do not provoke attacks of opportunity for the rest of the turn if I move past. So as they're walking, we'll slowly start building speed into a sprint as they draw the dagger and slide to their knees to try to cut the inside of this creature's leg and through to get to the other side of him and just sprint out the door.
Start with an acrobatics check. A high DC, power slide isn't that crazy.
I am shaking so bad. 29.
Fantastic. Make an attack roll with advantage.
Natural 20 for a 28.
Roll me some damage.
We're gonna add sneak attack to it. Wait, can
I?
I?
You had advantage. You had
I
advantage.
did. Okay.
You're using a dagger.
How many am I rolling? 60.
Realized the error of my ways shortly after you said sneak attack. I was like, oh shit.
I get 66 sneak attack. 2, 4, 6. And it's doubled because it was a natural 20. $44 points of slashing damage.
Ooh. Ooh.
As they just slice the inside of the thigh and get back to their feet and run out the door. 40 feet movement speed. Plus bonus action dash. So they're getting the hell out.
So Riley goes for this slide and just, without even like looking up, like looking at the knee, leg, calf, can't remember which part of the leg, but whatever the target is, just brings that dagger across, and after feeling the resistance, Riley's eyes just meet the door as you hear a grunt, and Riley gets up and just starts taking off. And as you are reaching the door, you hear this individual call out in a language you do not understand, and then you hear footsteps behind you.
With movement, bonus action, and action for sequential turns, I can do 120 feet per round.
Are you turning around?
No.
Okay. You start running through these halls. Speaking of running, oh, we don't have Xanthi here, but she should probably return momentarily. Clucky, you are carrying Xanthi in your foot claws or in your hands?
My
Your
foot hands.
claws.
My
Your
foot hands.
Your talons.
Okay.
Your
I got a
chicken
turret.
leg.
I got a rear facing turret.
So, Clucky and Xanthi, improvising their own C-130, start flying through these tight woods with hot on their trail several goblins mounted on various creatures. Since it was stated, just be as a, just as a thing, because we're kind of doing this as sort of an improvised combat. Xanthi, go ahead and make me 3 attack rolls with your firebolt, because that's what you said you were doing.
All right. I get a plus.
I'm very nervous of this because we've talked about how Taylor rolls with certain things either really well or really poorly.
Look, at
Taylor
least it's not a
firebolt
cock.
once and fucking crit, okay?
All right.
Just don't firebolt your foot.
That's that's a nat 20 for the first one.
What did I
Another
say?
fucking nat 20 for the second one.
Oh my god.
It's a nat 20 kind of day, y'all.
Rear facing turret.
And this is all plus 8 too. So I have a 28 at 28, and then I have a 16 plus 8. So
24. So flawlessly, like you're running, you kind of hear that wing beat behind you as you put the hand up, and then Clucky just hoists you up and says, "Go ahead, shoot at them." You turn around, I'm guessing you raise the staff of Booyah, and you just start. As you turn, you look, and there is. Are you going for the mounts or the riders?
yes.
I mean, yeah.
Like
Like
kind
that.
of like aiming for the mount, but also aiming for the legs of the riders. So if they fly off the mount, then their legs are gone.
Okay. So with that being said, you turn and
I want to mutilate them.
Because you are kind of off the ground, you turn, and the first one on the Deinonychus is actually, this is the one that leapt over the wall of fire, and it is actually now leaping in the air. It's like probably, like still 10 feet away from you, but you just kind of like, as you're turning, see it mid-jump, and you're just like, not today. Bam!
Day, bitch.
And like it stops mid-air, and the goblin then hits the ground shortly afterwards, tumbles. You
Do I
then
need to roll damage for that, or
no,
okay?
not on that one. Not on that. Actually, wait. That one you would, because that one did not take damage. I take it back.
All right, so just roll with a crit. Do we do crunchy crits, right?
Yes. So you being level 10, right?
11.
11. Okay. So that being said, you are at 3d10
Yes.
for your firebolt. So this is going to be 30 plus rolling 3d10, and then plus your charisma modifier.
Okay, so 30 plus rolling the 3d10.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
And Xanthi burned the whole forest.
Smokey the Bear would not be proud. So okay, it rolled twice. So the first one's 17 points of damage.
Okay.
Plus, so 30 plus 17 would be 47.
So yeah, from full health, you ice this Deinonychus, or reverse ice. The second
Crowley's
one
the only
that
sniper on this team.
you can take or you can roll damage again for your second crit. So it'd be 30 plus your 3d10, and then plus your charisma modifier.
So that would be 10, my charisma modifier. Oh, I didn't add my charisma modifier for last time, so that'll be plus 4 to both of those. So 14.
It's
Or
dead plus 4.
What?
It's dead +4.
Dead +4. Okay. And the third one, just roll normal 3d10.
Yeah, did you do the second one?
Yeah, I thought that was the other crit roll.
Yeah, I only heard the first total for the.
Oh, so
sorry.
hold on.
The first one was like 47. The second one I didn't hear.
Oh, the second one was 44 because I got 10 plus, so it's 30 plus 10, and then my charisma modifier is +4. So that would have been the second one. The third one, I got 8, 8, and 6 for 22 points of damage without any crit.
Okay, gotcha. So the second one was aimed at a saber-toothed tiger. You do see this. It makes contact, takes a few steps, and then falls to the ground. The third one, you do impact it, but it does keep moving towards you.
For now.
Clucky, are you maintaining current height?
Yep. Clucky's just current. He's focused on keeping their attention, and so what he's doing is a long loop around the perimeter. So he's going to come back towards the front the main gate to try and bring more people out, but keeping distance, using his action to dash while flying.
So you cannot circumnavigate the fort because the back half of it is the beach.
No, not the intention. I'm trying to just string these people along and then bring them back towards the front of the gate to see if there's more people to attract those people to come. Play chase. Come join us. So my tail gunner can fireball the shit out of you.
Very, very good point. So that being said,
I love how we've created a combo move, Clucky. Flying Sentinel.
That being said, I'm gonna guess a 15 does not hit Clucky.
Ooh, that actually meets it.
That meets it. Okay, gotcha. I didn't get out damage dice because I didn't think I was gonna actually hit you. So
I gotta beef up my dexterity a little bit and my con.
I had more faith in you than I needed to.
Love it.
That'll be 8 points of piercing damage as a crossbow bolt pierces your
question.
Your thigh.
Question. Master DM, hold on. Let me go back and make sure I have this spell. I do. Can I, as a reaction, cast shield since I am technically kind of in front of Clucky? Could that possibly protect Clucky? Or at least half the damage? I'll use myself as a human shield.
That makes my legs AC a 20.
I will say this. If you do this, then this instead of actually raising Clucky's AC, this will basically be treating as if he had 3/4 cover, and I would have to roll again and take the lower result.
I'll take it. We don't need our flyboy going down. So.
Okay.
Gucci, baby. Yeah.
So let's see if it's lower. It's not. So it is still a 15, unfortunately.
Oh,
but I liked it. So you, Xanthi, get a point of inspiration. If you do not already have one. So that was 8 points of damage. I don't know if he calculated that already or if he's paused, but it was 8. That being said, since shield lasts for the entire turn, though. Okay, so that one would still hit as well. That is going to be 11 points of piercing damage.
Ooh, ouch.
And my next question, knowing that shield has been cast, Taylor, Does an 18 hit you with your shield?
15. What is it? Okay,
It's
15.
Plus five.
5.
Oh, 15. Wait, shield adds +5 to my. Oh, I'm currently at 20 for my DC, so no, that does not hit me. Suck it.
So the one that did try to hit you does miss. The fourth one that is still in pursuit of you does not make an attack roll, but you hear a very loud horn being blown.
Yes, come to us.
Bring them all.
May
Clucky,
so
just
upon
for-
hearing the horn, can I just go ahead and use a thunderclap to get them to come out here a little bit more? Or would that kill Clucky?
That I don't know if it would kill Clucky, but it would hit him. He would have
Yeah,
to make a
I don't.
Constitution saving
Okay,
throw.
never mind on that. Maybe I'll just be flipping them off and making a bunch of noise.
Clucky, how high are you flying? Out of curiosity.
I would say just below the canopy, so they can still get eyes on us. If Clucky starts taking too much damage, he's going to fly above the canopy to get covered.
Okay, gotcha. That being said, we're going to do a luck check. Y'all are lucky. All right, moving on.
Real quick though, I'm
Yes.
going to say that Clucky does go into a rage at this point because he is starting to take damage. So any attacks he takes.
That's a good point.
I
like it.
So yeah,
I love it. I want some more of it.
Here we go.
So,
angry chicken.
Riley, knowing that you were under duress as you started running, how well do you think Riley would be adhering to the path that they came in? Or are you just running in directions?
She has it in her mind and is doing her best given the circumstances to follow that path, but is minorly, well, a little more than minorly distracted by the fact that she does have pursuit. So she's doing her best to adhere to that path, but wouldn't be surprised if makes one or two wrong turns along the way.
Gotcha. All right. So we'll call it this way. Make a survival check as Riley.
That's literally what I just did to make that decision.
Oh, well, if that's what you did, just tell me what you got.
I got a 12.
12. Okay. You are running through the halls, and at first you're very confident, like, I definitely came in from the right, like, so we're leaving to the right as well.
Especially because Riley knows it's there, jumps over top of a trip lane she already set.
Which you used little twine to do.
It's still there. In case that helps me at all.
It might, and we're gonna figure out if it really is. Roll a deception check.
Ooh. 25.
Can beat that. Will he beat that? 25, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
When the DM is doing math for a 25, that's concerning.
Well, he did say he can beat it. Just will he?
The next question that I will ask, is Riley still not looking behind themselves?
Riley has watched horror movies and knows that people die because they keep looking back when they're running, so no. They are intent on their design.
Fair. So, you don't know if it helped or if this individual saw it and stepped over it. You just keep running. And as I said, you're very confident at first, like, I am going the right way. And after about 4 turns, you start to get unsure. You don't stop. You know that that's not what you should do. You know, so you still keep running, but you're becoming less and less confident that you're actually going the way that you wanted to go. And as you make a turn and you run down a hallway, 10 feet in front of you, this individual appears in a puff of purple smoke.
As soon as that happens, flipping directions, trying to keep... is able to keep an awareness of where the outside walls are, at the very least, to some degree, so we'll turn and just head down the next hall that leads to an exterior wall so that they can find a window.
Gotcha.
She is not stopping.
I did do that, so I need to mark that off. Now, given how things have gone, you can hear this individual's footsteps keeping up with you. They're, like, just behind you. They're not gaining on you, they're also not getting further away, but they are, like, matching your speed. And in this point, Bahro, I need you to make a perception check.
Guidance on that.
I was gonna say, please! Help me!
That'll be 21.
You're making your way through this tower, sort of towards this area, and after a little bit, you stop because you've heard, like, a lot of people moving around, people walking with purpose.
This is wood, right? Like the
floor is still stone.
Okay.
On this floor, the walls are wood.
Got it.
Once you get past the first like layer or two,
Yeah.
everything on the inside is made of wood.
Yeah. Bahro would probably at some point would have taken a moment to literally just become completely still and just hear.
Well, this happens because something sticks out to you. Like, people are moving with purpose, like a soldier who has gotten orders. Somebody who knows, I've heard this alarm, I need to go to this station, or whatever the case may be. You hear 2 sets of footsteps, one of which short-paced and running incredibly fast, a full sprint. And the other one, longer stride, in pursuit.
Is this...
And they are both moving very fast.
I will add, in Riley's panic and not knowing where Crow is, she's calling out his name every once in a while in intervals.
Okay.
That would definitely be audible to Bahro.
Are they... Is this all happening in the same level that I'm at?
Yes.
Okay. The moment that I would have heard the steps followed by Riley's voice, Bahro immediately starts to move and rush to try to find and meet the direction. Now, obviously, we don't have like a particular map, so I wouldn't know even like how to guide myself. So I don't know what you want to do. Of would I be the kind of would I be if I would have moved toward them? Would I only have the option of sort of like meeting them face to face? Would I be able to like meet in a position where like maybe I'm on like a parallel hallway so that when if Riley is coming through, I can grab them and then intersect whoever's coming after? Like all of that would probably the way that Bar would be as he's moving through, with his like rushing and listening to this. It's just trying to make a visual of the air, the floor, so he can figure out how best to retrieve Riley and then intercept if needed.
Roll a d4. Again, we're not using battle map here, so we're gonna use randomness to decide.
That'll be a
Theater of the mind.
Is that a 4? Given the trajectory that Riley is sprinting and where you are, you know that if you begin sprinting as well, you will eventually be able to catch Riley at a crossroads in the hallway, with you coming from Riley's left.
Okay.
Like Riley will be, if Riley continues straight forward, you're going to almost collide with them from the side.
That intersection that I'm approaching, how far is that intersection from the window that I walk through?
A bit.
A bit? Okay.
Riley is not quite going the correct direction.
Gotcha.
Because in my head I said that you went through the same window, because why not?
How many footsteps am I hearing?
So you definitely hear as you're hearing crow, crow, crow. That's Riley / Petrichor. There is one set directly behind them. And as this continues, a couple more are starting to come this way, but not in a full sprint. Sort of in that same, like, moving with purpose pace that they've had before, but some of them have changed direction. Like, what's going on over here? Am I needed over here?
I'm going to say that what Bar is going to do as he's moving, he's going to basically get to stop right before that intersection, and he's going to wait. How far do I sense the person behind Riley is to her? Like
10 feet.
So I'm probably going to Bar is basically going to get to the intersection, stop right before he actually reveals himself in it, and he's going to be ready to basically bring his staff to engage whoever is actually after Riley. After Riley passes, would basically just strike.
Okay.
One of the reasons height difference is good.
Riley, you are sprinting. You probably don't remember running this fast in your life. And every moment that you take a step, you're like, I need to go faster.
There's only one moment.
Somebody who has very much so threatened your life is hot on your tail. You're approaching an intersection in front of you. I'm trying to figure out if maybe, like, would you have turned or would you have continued straight? Like,
Well, I'm
trying to
actually
do absolutely everything.
with how you described that. It's bringing back memories for Riley, so I'm gonna roll.
Oh.
I haven't pulled up this sheet in a very long time.
We're getting more Riley lore. Let's go.
What the fuck am I rolling for this? That one. I save, but barely. So there's that thing in the back of their head, that terror part of them, that makes her want to turn around to look at this thing because every instinct is telling her to. And memories are flashing behind her eyes as she's just squints her eyes closed and pushes forward with even more vigor, keeping herself from looking back.
You are sprinting right through this intersection, and without looking back, you don't see that there is a strike coming, but somebody who doesn't need to see and happens to have the interception fighting style is there. Bar, was that disadvantage, or is that the one where you like reduce the number?
Give me 1 second. I reduce the damage by 1d10 plus 4.
1d10 plus 4. So this is how this is going to work.
I don't think I've ever been this nauseous during game.
It's because you're eating all those crescent rolls.
I'm not actually. I'm just nervous as hell.
What is Riley's AC?
16.
May Bahro's Pimpan be strong.
That's what we're going to find out. Bahro, I need you to roll to reduce that damage. Which I'm not going to say how much the damage is until after I hear what you do.
That's an 8. So
I
it's reduced
would
by 8.
I would say I use Uncanny Dodge, but it says an attacker I can see, and I specifically said that I wasn't looking back.
You are making your way through this intersection, and the only indication that you have is that there is a strained grunt that doesn't go with the pace that this individual has been doing. So they did something different. And the next thing that you hear is a very loud crack as Bahro, you extend your staff out, intercepting this strike from a longsword still in its scabbard.
All about that Papa Core timing.
And you meet, and you can feel the pressure of
How dare he just be looking down like nothing's going on?
Atticus. I guess he's making us wait in suspense.
Bartholomew, how dare you?
Hello. Welcome back to this wonderful, wonderful stream of The Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, as brought to you by To Be Diced Adventures. So that I'm not torturing my players too much, I will just really quick say, go follow us on every single social media that you can think of, because we're on all of those, and that's how you'll know when we're going to be live and stuff like that. And you'll see all kinds of stuff from all these other wonderful people who literally beg me to traumatize them on a weekly basis. I will have you.
We love it.
So, without further ado, in this climactic anime-style moment,
Dun, dun, dun.
the sheath of this ornate curved longsword pressed against the very beautifully carved staff of Bahro, as these two individuals hold their ground, almost sizing each other up in this moment, and a literal child not 10 feet behind the blind monk Bahro, you can just hear a low snarl from this individual. Sort of like they weren't expecting to be interrupted during during a fun activity.
My bad, bro.
You muted.
No, I'm not. Am I muted?
Can I just not hear people? Why not?
I don't know. Can you not hear us?
Tell me, what did you do?
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Arson,
Hello,
arson.
Maticus.
Me.
Matty boy.
I am the wandering monk.
Can't hear us. Have you tried unplugging and plugging back in?
I probably know what happened.
Just so you know, we are going to level ourselves, give ourselves 3 levels.
Oh, finally.
Yeah.
Finally.
No, that's
We
fine.
No, let's just go straight 15.
episode.
Straight 15. 4 levels.
Yeah, I mean,
deserve
since
that.
you haven't opposed to this, we're going to be putting ourselves.
He obviously, he said we can do this one time, so that's
Where'd he go?
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
If you're opposing, say
guys.
something.
We won D&D. The DM is gone.
This is a perfect time to announce that we are going weekly at this point with To Be Diced Adventures, Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diego. If you'd like to participate in any of our
Diago.
adventures, whatever. I got it close.
I will fight you.
Follow us on all social media platforms while Maticus is getting his situated. Can you hear us now?
I can hear us now.
Okay.
How
We appreciate-
delightful, good sir.
We appreciate
We
you
are
agreeing.
legit.
We appreciate you agreeing to all of us going to level 15 while we were having that conversation and that you couldn't hear us and you didn't oppose. So thank you.
You put up a finger once, so we guessed that you just said that we could do this one time. So,
I don't think that's how that works. But anyway. Anyway, you were saying, Victor, before we were so rudely interrupted by
I mean, so Bahro most likely would not waste much time after intercepting that strike. I feel like he would immediately proceed to making that block and using, having that moment of making sure that it is intercepted, and immediately proceeded to attempt to just like incapacitate this individual.
Okay.
dun, dun, dun.
Go ahead and make an attack roll.
There's a 28 hit.
In this moment that you are going for this, you've held him, you break, and you go for that first strike. This individual doesn't move. how does this work? I've prepared something,
Yes, you
but
do.
now I don't think that it's gonna work.
I'm so
Because I'm
scared.
too handsome.
Victor, you broke the DM. Keep
You
doing
broke
it.
the DM. The DM just needs a little bit more clarification from looking at the spell.
You're broken, Matt. Okay, level 15 it is. Great.
Hurry, hurry. Bardic inspiration. Do it.
Not to the DM.
No, how do you know it's to the DM? How is this a direction? To
No,
a
because
particular person?
that's what Taylor said.
No, I didn't say to the DM. I just said bardic inspiration to like put the inspiration into the zone. Like we don't know what's gonna happen. We need as much inspiration as possible. How dare you deny Victor's bardic inspiration?
We put the rations in Bardic Inspirations.
I am so stressed right now.
Then why don't you just take the bardic
Your attack
inspiration
roll was
and
what?
let it soothe you?
28.
28.
Yeah. This motherfucker. Checking numbers at a 28 attack.
It always makes me nervous when it takes a while for the DM to. Oh God, did he just laugh?
Because okay, so what Riley sees in this moment is that as Bahro is swinging, 3 more of this individual pop up.
What?
However, somehow Bahro still cracks them directly in the forehead.
Wunderbar.
Mirror images don't have physical forms to distract a blind person with.
A creature is unaffected by this spell if it can't see, if it relies on senses other than sight, such as blind sight, or if it can perceive illusions as false as with true sight.
That is so awesome.
Oof.
So thanks for wasting their contingency spell.
I love it.
And they need to give me a con saving throw.
Stunning strike.
What? That is hilarious.
Victor, this is absolutely delicious. Like, mwah. Bon appetit.
They choose to succeed. Anyway.
What? Wait. That's
legendary resistance.
like legendary things. Oh,
He's been checking numbers at a 28 attack, guys. Obviously, this character is like he's a beefy.
What I was checking was if I was going to need to somehow make you re-roll because mirror image was a thing, but yeah, no.
Carl, you might need to start talking to Sky Daddy right now. Like,
So question.
Mm-hmm.
Do I only get this attack? Is this counting like a full?
We can say that it's your turn if you'd like.
Sure.
Your turn, meaning that you can do other things.
Oh, he's about to monk out.
Yeah, definitely.
He's about to monk out.
It's definitely going to be that thing of after that strike, he probably used the momentum of the pressure of the blade to just let the staff slide, bring it on the head of this thing. And as soon as he hits and sees that this thing is still conscious and lucid, he proceeds to continue striking.
As Riley's seeing that happening.
By the way, 11 points of damage, that first strike.
11?
Yes.
Using the distraction to their advantage. I rolled a 16 on insight to try to gauge if the direction that Bahro was coming from is the direction that she should have been going.
Probably.
And we'll try to do the whole backtrack, switcheroo, use the distraction to sneak around the corner, trying to stay out of melee. If she knows she can't, she's going to go for a strike to the guy's like hamstring.
You would have to get around Bahro to do that, and if we're thinking thematically, I don't think he would allow that.
As long as
run
I
between
don't.
his legs.
Well, what I'm no. So what? To clarify, Riley's going to try to sneak behind to go down the way that Bahro came from to try to get the fuck out of the building.
Yeah.
Only will go to attack the other guy if she might occur an attack of opportunity.
I see what you mean. Probably not, because Bahro has interposed himself between the two of you.
That's the only reason she would go for a strike, is if that might cause an attack of opportunity.
Get you. Alrighty. So that being said, Bahro, you may make your second strike.
There's a 23 hit.
A 23 does not hit.
Noted.
Tarzan, stop. I have to be serious. So that is 2 attacks for your extra attack feature of your action.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also say I'm collecting little guy as I'm going past.
Oh yeah, adorable little moment where in this exchange, you're just kind of going and you catch that little guy kind of sees you and goes, "Oh yeah, this person," and just takes that little jump. The little wings extend, and comes right and lands on your shoulder.
Partially because little guy while mounted, gives me his passive perception, which is higher than my passive perception. So
I think I actually looked when you first got little guy, and I think it's actually higher than Petrichor's as well.
yeah, by 1.
Yeah, because I was like, cool, it'll be effective all the time. Go, little guy. So anyway, fight of your life, Bahro.
Yeah. Bahro is probably, after doing that strike, he's going to have a moment where he's just going to shout to Riley, "Go!" And he's going to use his bonus action to actually cast Shield of Faith on them.
Gorgeous. All right. Until Bahro stops concentrating. Here, you know what, Bahro? What does Shield of Faith look like
It probably, so he does the strike. He does the second strike and feels like it doesn't hit. He obviously doesn't need to see where Riley is, and he just has a moment where one of his hands just moves in the direction of Riley as it just says "go," and his energy is more like almost as if there was a ripple in the air, as if there's like a brief sort of like ripple that flows from his hand, like a little sort of hum, and flies through, and it's just the feeling rather than the visuals of it. But Riley would feel as this sort of warm energy surrounds them, giving them a +2 on their AC.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So that would be your bonus action then.
Mm-hmm.
Given everything, I'm assuming that Riley is full tilt, trying to get out of here. So
120 feet per round. I would say at this point it probably dropped to 110 because it's a kid. She's getting tired.
okay, that's fair.
Go, little legs, go.
Now that you've been kind of separated in this moment, this individual in a ready stance is facing you. The little one has something of mine, and they cannot leave with it.
Bahro is gonna have his sort of like calm yet ready stance. I am afraid that the thing that you need is also something that we do need. But perhaps we can have a dialogue to understand better what this thing is.
It is beyond your understanding.
It certainly
And
keeps
if
the
you
dragon
will
at
not
bay.
give it to me, then you will stay here.
It keeps the dragon at bay, does it not?
Roll insight.
Oh. Not one.
Oh.
That one. He gives a head tilt, which is what you clock. But with the nat 1 insight, you feel like he doesn't know what you're talking about. And he says, "Be that as it may." And he steps around you within your reach and moves to attack you. Does a 22 hit?
Yeah.
Okay. Need to remind myself. I, again, didn't think that we'd get to this point, so I didn't get out the right... Actually, I have one of these. So I need one of these as well. Beautiful. You are going to be taking 25 points of damage, the majority of which is thunder damage.
Does this damage come with thunder sound?
As the blade cuts across your... He stepped to your left, so it would be your upper right arm. Somehow it reverberates through your body. And the only indication that you have beyond that is he takes a step and says, "I wouldn't move if I were you." And he turns to pursue Riley. Oh, yes. Good point, Riley. I will need you to make a concentration check. How much damage did I say? 25, so that would be DC 12.
So con saving throw?
Yep.
That's a 7.
Riley.
He's stepping away from me, correct?
He is, but really quick, I just want Riley to know that as you are running, it's been probably about 10 seconds, and the golden aura around you disappears. And before we can get that reaction, Bahro, yes, they are stepping away from you.
Great. Bahro actually is going to use the bolts that he took from the fallen things, and he's going to use them as darts to throw them at the back of this thing as opportunity attack.
Opportunity attack does have to be melee, so you can try to clock them if you want.
Well, yeah, I don't need to move if it's already within range, correct?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's got to be like, you were talking about the bolts, so I thought it was going to be thrown, but
right. So, question is, if he's moving in his action and I get an opportunity attack, does he get out of my range before my next time to attack, or is he stay like? Will the opportunity?
The way
attack
that opportunity attack works is that the attack goes off before they actually leave that square. So, like, if you
Gotcha.
did something like the Sentinel feat, or like you grappled them or something that would prevent them from moving, and you succeed, they actually wouldn't move.
Gotcha.
But it does have to be a melee attack unless you have something like Warcaster.
So I'm gonna give an opportunity attack.
Okay.
Does a 24 hit?
You, with your staff, I'm gonna guess.
Yes.
You come around knowing that he is, leaving you. How dare he turn his back on you? And as you go to make it is a perfect shot. You would not miss, and something prevents you from making contact.
Okay.
And he continues using his full movement, pursuing Riley.
How is this distance in front of me after he makes this movement and steps away from me? I would like to attempt to throw some of the arrows that I took.
So that'll be... So we'll have a Riley turn before that happens, just to be safe. So Riley,
Mm-hmm.
you did make a considerable distance.
Yes, and I'm taking that into consideration, which is the only reason why I'm considering doing this. I'm going to keep moving to where I'm assuming that damn window is.
Okay.
And I'm going to use my bonus action, cunning action, hide.
So you're not going to be moving as far, but you will potentially be hidden. So order of operations. Give me a survival check with advantage. Let me see if you maintain going the correct direction now that you kind of have a little bit of a heading.
18.
18. All right. And now for your bonus action hide. You need, can I please have a stealth check?
$22.
Okay. So you start running. You're as you're now like, okay, well, Bahro came from this way. Maybe I should go this way. It's from a different direction, but when you get to the next intersection, you take a look, and you go, that's the way that I went, meaning that I should be going this way. So you turn, and sure enough, not too far away, you come to the hallway, and at the end of it, there is a window. Much closer than the window is the crafting room that you went into. And you'd probably book it for the window if those footsteps weren't getting closer.
Action dash.
Right. Well, with the way that
it's taken
we're
into
moving
consideration.
things,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that your best bet for this bonus action hide is I should be hiding in this room. And maybe see if he'll go somewhere else before I go out the window.
What she's going to do is clock the window, clock the room, because she left the room slightly ajar.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go to the room, shut the door, and use the same corner that she hid in before with a 27 stealth to make the little hidey hole and dive for that area.
Okay. So, you dive into that area, you slide in, you get behind there, you do the little kid, like, slide almost on your belly and then kind of flip over back the rest of the way up in, pull your knees up. And just, you have to focus to slow your breathing.
She's
Because you don't
actually
wanna get yourself
legitimately
away.
has her hands over her mouth and is doing her best to slow her breathing down in stuttering spurts.
After a few moments, you hear the door open. And you hear a few deep breaths. The door closes and the footsteps go away, but in the direction of the window.
She just sits there.
As you hear the footsteps turn around and start moving back down the hallway from where they came, you hear that voice almost upset and sort of speaking in a growl. It's not in a language that you understand, unfortunately, but they're talking to somebody who isn't there. This is all within that turn. So, Bahro, do you move?
Is the creature out of my range?
They're basically like at the end of their turn, or like at the end of their movement, they would have turned turned down the hallway, but with your blind sense, you would kind of be able to tell where they go.
Right.
But they would have still been in pursuit of Riley.
Well, there would be currently in cover. Like there wouldn't be. Like if I were to throw something at them, are they still within?
You would not have direct line of sight.
Yeah. Bahro sort of has a moment where he hears the movement and this thing moving in Riley's direction, and he senses the static surrounding his body. And he just takes a moment where he takes a breath, brings his hand up, and just slaps his own chest, casting Cure Wounds.
Okay.
For 13 points, recovering 13 points. And he's going to attempt to move.
When you move from that space, there is a loud rush of air, a big, a audible crack as you take 21 points of thunder damage. But now you're free to move.
Good. One second. I mean, I don't really think I have anything. How far is the hobgoblin from me?
Probably about 60 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna spend a key point for patient. What is it?
Step of the wind.
Step of the wind. So I can
Okay.
get.
You come around that corner, and he was actually turning to walk away from where your position was after coming back down that hallway that he did not find Riley in. And hearing you come up behind him, he turns, looks over his shoulder, and you hear a sigh, and he says, "Give it a rest, old man. Hunting the blind is not sporting."
Who says I'm blind? Bahro is. Question. Is Bahro able to hear Riley's heartbeat here?
Probably.
Bahro is going to attempt to basically step back, basically trying to lure him back to where he was. So, like, after he's facing him, he's just basically taking a step back, trying to move him away from the door where Riley is and also away from the window.
You're like stepping backwards, trying to like goad him into coming.
Yeah,
forward.
he's going to be that moment of, he's just going to have a moment of, who says I'm blind? And he's going to have the Matrix moment of, and he starts to step back around the corner.
Make an intimidation check, you scurvy dog.
Can I cast guidance?
He's suave and scary. I love it.
Can I use guidance?
Even though we're in initiative and stuff, and you've technically used your action, I'll say yeah. Why not?
That's a nat 20.
Okay.
So 25 total.
It'll be his turn next. Very well. You may proceed on your way to oblivion. And he raises the sword in the scabbard up in front of him, draws it, but maybe 6 inches out of the sheath before closing the sheath again, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
How much anime have you been watching, Matt?
I have consumed all of the anime. I have the power of God and anime on my side.
That tracks as a DM, in all honesty.
$26.
Oh, actually, I didn't know that this spell didn't require a saving throw. I assumed it did.
Did you just waste it at 26? You had me waste at 26.
No, but I because I feel bad that I would make you waste it, so I'm going to give you half damage on this. So it is 10 points of slashing damage, as you don't hear this individual move at all, but you feel hundreds of very tiny little cuts all over your body.
Noted.
So that would be his action. He doesn't really have too much for bonus action. So, yeah, that'll be his turn. Riley, would you like to share with the class
As Riley is sitting in their little hideouts, their hands clasped over her mouth, regardless of how hard she's trying to keep her breath quiet, as her heart just keeps racing faster and faster, her breathing gets faster, her vision gets fuzzy, she gets lightheaded, and is going into a panic attack. And just sits there out of some instinct that right now she feels cornered and like she can't do anything, and she just starts spiraling and is just stuck in place.
I will need you to re-roll your stealth check with disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Sir DM, in the meantime, I know that it wasn't a saving throw, but and you give me half damage. I don't know if you still want to apply evasion to that. Because with evasion, technically, if you succeed,
you would not have taken damage. So
Yeah.
thematically, there would have been a fuck ton of. That's the thing. Like you don't hear him moving, but what you do hear is a blade through the air, and you're more so able to block it rather than dodge it. Kind of step backwards away from all of it. That would be how evasion would apply here.
So it would have been 10 points, right? That was that roll, the damage.
Evasion when you pass the save, which you would have if it was a saving throw, it would have been no damage.
Right, that's what I'm saying, because I already took it down. I just want to make sure that I'm restoring the correct amount.
Yeah. Correct.
Even though
Gotcha.
Even though mechanically I have reliable talent, Even though I have reliable talent, I'm not going to use it. Given the circumstances.
Fair.
Tarzan, shut up. Thematics.
And that being said?
That being said, it's only a 17.
Okay. Given that this individual is distracted, they are not alerted to your presence. But almost sort of adding, like, Riley is clearly seeing how bad this is getting, and that is what induces this panic attack. But knowing that now she can't help but make some amount of noise, the thought of potentially getting caught more now, kind of making it worse, it is very much so getting to a incredibly stressful situation for Riley. And before we continue that, let's check in with the other half of our party, who is having a grand old time.
As we have no idea what's going on in the fucking stronghold.
And no way of knowing.
You have no way of knowing.
We're just on our little chaos binge.
You are flying just beneath the canopy on chicken wings. Ha ha ha. And in pursuit, but kind of fought because of your height, they're getting further and further away from you. That being said, it is a new round, so the shield is not here anymore. We're going to see if they can get their shots off. First one going to be at Xanthi this time.
God damn it.
That's a 12 to hit.
That does not hit.
Okay. we'll do 2 at Xanthi this time. That's even less, so that'll miss as well. And the last one will go for Clucky, which is, here we are again, a 15 to hit. So, not too bad. That's just a 7 points of piercing damage.
And Clucky's raging at this time because he's been taking damage.
So now it's reduced.
Just a light chicken shish kebab.
Question:
So-
how many of these are still in pursuit against us right now?
4.
4.
Actually, make a perception check.
I can do that. That's gonna be a 10.
10, huh?
Yeah. Five plus 5 is 10. Clucky knows math. A little.
So, with that being the case, Clucky isn't aware. Pretty good.
New squad
That's
just
a
entered the
22
arena.
to hit.
Yeah. New squad. Hello.
So you're going to take 5 points of piercing damage as you are attacked from above.
Oh, great. Flying combatants. Cool.
God,
Uh-huh.
All right.
2 individuals astride beasts that have long leathery wings and very long pointed beaks. One has bit you, and the second one piercing through the canopy above you as well.
oh my god.
Now that you know that they're there, that one is going to miss. And they... What's your fly speed?
50.
They actually overtake you and fly away from you.
They fly farther than I can? God damn it.
They fly away from your reach and
Oh,
Look
I'm going
like
to
you're
take an
about to circle
opportunity
away.
attack at least.
you wish you could.
Can I take an
These
opportunity
motherfuckers
attack?
have mobile? Oh my
They
god.
have flyby.
Oh, that fucking Yep. God damn it.
So you cannot. They do not provoke opportunity attacks when they fly out of your reach.
Not even if I use meta magic and use quicken spell?
No, that will only bring things to a bonus action. It won't give you a reaction with them. However, each of you can take a turn now.
God damn it.
All right. So I would like to go ahead and cast Fireball using Twin Spell and aiming it right at the 2 of them.
You can't twin spell fireball, but with one you can definitely hit both of them.
Okay. All right. Then I will do that. I'm gonna Fireball.
So let's get some dexterity saving throws in the mix.
That will be 15.
Okay. And then go ahead and roll the damage.
And I'm casting this at 5th level, by the way.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, wait. Do I have... Oh, wait. Fireball? I don't have Fireball at 5th level? What the fuck?
Because you get it. Do you have it from your staff?
Yeah, I do. That's why.
Yeah, unless you have it learned, you can't upcast it.
Ah, boo. Okay. Fine.
Yeah. Like the staff of Booyah.
Let's sigh. Okay. I am rolling the damage. I'm waiting for this to load. There we go. Oh, look at all those dice. So pretty. It's taking forever to roll.
Yeah, D&D Beyond do that.
So that's going to be 27 points of fire damage. And on the next round, they're going to be taking 2... Whatever, 2d4, I think? Or is it a d4?
I think it's one.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, that being said, they both do fly directly through this fireball. There's smoke coming off of their wings. They shriek in pain. And, so that'll be an action. You still have bonus action, but I unfortunately can't say that you have movement as you are within Clucky's grasp.
Well, yes. As my no, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, I'm just gonna hang out, fly with the
Okay.
fowl.
Okay. Clucky,
Uh,
is there anything you'd like to do?
Or actually, I will, as my bonus action, I will prepare, as a reaction, shield if they attack me or Clucky again.
You don't need a bonus action to do that. It's just a
Oh,
reaction.
it's just a reaction. My bad. Okay, yeah.
It's
So
fine.
I'm just gonna hang out.
It's okie dokie.
Cool. Since he's in a rage, he's a little more prone to being agitated, which these flying dickheads managed to piss him off. So, he's gonna fly. He's gonna break the canopy, go in pursuit of these two. He's gonna hit the first one he can get up close to with the battle axe of Stormlord as he switches the flint axe out. So he's going to attack recklessly, as per the Clucky norm.
Like you do.
Gonna be a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right. D10.
Nope. You cannot swing the battle axe of the Stormlords with two hands if your other hand is occupied by a person.
I'm using my feet.
I forgot about that. The feet claws. Because chickens.
I can use my feet to pick up things. All right.
What about the feet?
That's going to be 10 slashing plus 3. Is it 3? With 3 each? Yes.
I think you're at the
13.
stage where now it's 3. 13.
13 slashing. How's he looking?
This was at the flying thing or the thing that is mounted on it?
The flying. I'm taking out the pterodactyl. The leathery lizard.
All right, so you swing and kind of cleave right through its wing, and with a shriek, it plummets, and you see the goblin on its back as it's falling.
He can't fly too well, so I'm not worried about that guy.
He do not do the flying things unless he has help.
As he passes through that pterodactyl, he's just going to spin around and huck the battle axe at the second one.
That's badass. Roll to hit.
That's 217, so for a total of 27. I keep rolling doubles. I don't know how that's possible, but I keep doing it. 27 in total. And then that's 7 plus... all right, here's a question. Does it take a D10 or a D8 when it's thrown?
Yes, technically.
Wait, what?
Wait a minute. I think in the past I've ruled that you can throw with two hands, and since you're... Yeah, I think you can still do that.
Do D10?
So you can roll your D10.
All right, so that's going to be 13 plus 3, 16 damage slashing as it flies through at the second lizard's head.
I'm sorry, say the damage again. Brain dead.
16 total.
16 total. Yeah, you whip it at the second pterodon's head and decapitate it, as it is much in the same fashion, just plummets to the ground.
Bonus action. Now, call back. Accent.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. That being said, though, now that you're paying attention upward, these were just the forward flying mounts, and the ones coming up behind you look a lot more like you. They have feathers, and they're flying a lot faster.
Who's ready for a chicken barbecue?
Oh God. All right. So I'm gonna take this moment to survey the immediate area and see if I can spot a place of cover for just a moment of be able to breathe. If I can find a spot for both Xanthi and Clucky.
Okay, let's go a perception check. And given that she's in this too, I'm going to give you advantage on this, saying that Xanthi is helping you.
Gotcha.
Free of charge.
Fuck yeah.
That is a 19.
19. So you were on your way sort of back toward, like circling around back towards the Goblinoid Fortress. There's like some heavier brush, but with how fast these things are flying, you're not quite sure if they would just follow you in. These ones also, as opposed to the pterodons, which were medium-sized creatures, these ones are large-sized creatures. So, yeah.
We need cover.
Oh, shit.
So you can duck down below the trees in a more wooded area and think that hopefully because you are a medium-sized creature, maybe you'll be able to get some places that they can't. They'll get hung up. But I'll give you one other thing, since you rolled pretty well on perception. You can see over the wall where they are forming ranks, and there's a lot of goblins and hobgoblins and bugbears, some of them mounted on different, like these Deinonychus, some on the saber-tooth tiger, some of them are on foot. But coming from the back of the camp, there is you've seen one of these before on the island. These massive creatures with very long necks and almost as long tails. And strapped to its back is a massive platform with several individuals on it.
Ah, fuck. All right. God damn it.
And also on this platform are artillery.
Yep. That was what I was thinking. Does Clucky know that? Probably not, but it still doesn't.
Clucky knows that something looks like a very big crossbow.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, dear God. How far away is this thing? Can Xanthi see it, considering that she's like facing the other way?
Since you're helping, I'll consider that you both are kind of like looking around for this. So yeah, you definitely see this very large, long-necked creature with a howdah on its back.
Oh God. Oh dear. Fuck. Oh fucking God. Oh my God. Okay.
I would say that this is going to be a conversation real quick between Clucky and Xanthi. We either take cover in the trees or we go into the fort with the others. What's our plan?
So considering that there is a lot of like reinforcements heading out towards us in our direction, the way that I'm kind of looking at this is like, if a car is following you, the best thing you can do is run in the opposite direction, because then they have to turn around. So I would say Xanthi would probably look up at Clucky and just be like, let's head into the fort. It's going to take them a while for them to have to turn their whole entire army back in this direction. And maybe we can find somewhere to cover there while this is all going on out here.
Very well. Can you do something about that formation on the ground?
That's a thought.
How many are on the ground right now?
There's a whole squadron.
A lot.
Yeah, a whole squadron bunched up right now, getting mounted up. So Clucky's going to fly you directly over top of that, so you can do your booyah stuff and get us inside the fort. Recover.
I would say, okay, so are there any like buildings around this or any towers around where these armies are like assembling? There are
not like the biggest towers, but there are like some that are like maybe 40 feet tall.
Okay. So I'm not going to aim my fireball at them. I'm going to aim it at the structures around them. So it just completely crashes on top of their army.
I like it. Roll some damage for fireball because it's not like a tower can exactly dodge.
Beautiful.
Oh shit, there's
Auto fail dexterity.
They don't have dodging towers?
Oh, I'm sorry. This tower on the left, it has uncanny dodge. It's a rogue.
All right, that is going to be shit. It like rolled like 3 times. Hold on. The first roll was only 22 points of damage.
Okay, noted.
And then Clucky's gonna fly. If he can avoid these currently, the ones that are currently in the air without taking an opportunity attack, cool. If not, he's still just gonna fly through. Hopefully.
Clucky, roll acrobatics.
Oh god,
I do not have enough emotional support candy for this.
That's a 10. If it's acrobatics.
Okay. Let me see here. We're going to say that it's 2 attacks of opportunity. The first one is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Pardon me. I need a d6 all of a sudden. That'll be 6 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And the second one, that is a 19 to hit.
That hits.
That one is 11 points of slashing damage, as the first one gets you really quick with its beak. The second one kind of rears back, and you get rigged with its talons.
Powering through it.
Clucky. As you are now like over the fort, and you are kind of close to this large animal with this platform on its back, there's a few things that stand out now. Xanthi, you would see this too. On the back side of the platform, there is a very large set of drawn animal skin drums with a bugbear manning it, and dead center there is another bugbear looking directly up at you, and this bugbear has to be easily 8 feet tall, with a very ornate leather pauldron, a armored skirt, and is holding an instrument in its hand with a long neck, and looks up at you as it is getting ready to draw a bow across some strings. Clucky and Xanthi, I'm going to need you both to make Constitution saving throws.
Fuck. Oh, I have like a +6 in Constitution. Watch me fucking eat shit for saying that.
21.
16, 17, 18, 22.
Okay. Nope, wrong dice.
Your music is terrible.
Fucking heart is racing right now.
We're all in just like some fucked up scenarios today, aren't we?
You both will take 11 points of thunder damage as he pulls the bow across these tighten strings, and the sound reverberates through the entire area around you
Oh my god.
with a ringing thunderous sound,
Oh dear god.
and the drums keeping up from behind. And Clucky, it's almost like this individual stares directly into your eyes.
Oh, fuck.
We'll come back to that.
Sir, that hurts.
Riley, I have seen your question, and before we get there, you can hear combat that you're pretty sure is Bahro, and whatever this individual is, not very far away. You can hear loud animal sounds. You can hear yelling and orders being given, and you can hear explosions. And as you are just trying to stay small, trying to stay hidden, trying to stay out of all of this for your own safety, there is something else that you hear from inside your own head. Why aren't you returning?
Does this feel similar to when Riley did sending?
Yeah. Just a lot more
Terrifying?
Yeah.
That checks out. She goes to answer, and literally the only response he gets is just like those noises of hesitation when someone's trying to say something but can't figure out how to say it, and that's it.
The equivalent of ...
Yeah.
Speak, vermin.
I can't.
Why?
I'm just a kid. I don't know what to do. I'm not meant for this.
Is this response happening in their head, or?
That's a good question.
Riley is talking out loud.
Okay. Noted. Do you have the artifact?
Yes, and they're trying to kill me, and I can't do this.
Must I do everything? And then you hear a loud clap of thunder in the distance. Clucky and Xanthi, you also hear this, and as you turn, it is the mountain from which you have come. And those clouds look like they're getting closer. From the back of this very large creature, Clucky and Xanthi, you see this individual who just cast spell at you look in this direction and, after a moment, blow a horn very loud that everyone can hear. And Bahro, the individual that, it's been a little bit. Let's let you have a turn before that horn goes off. This guy just tried to hit you with a blade of 1,000 cuts.
I'm gonna say that Bahro heard this, even though he didn't sense the movement. He heard the whistling of the whatever invisible thing and managed to move out of the way. But then he hears Riley, and as he's been sort of like stepping back, trying to lead this thing away from where Riley is, but then he hears Riley's despair and he stops. And as soon as he stops and he hears that despair, immediately he just launches and attempts to attack the goblin. $17 doesn't hit, I'm assuming.
Was I lagging or was other people?
You
I'm
were
sorry,
lagging.
17?
Yeah.
Okay. So a 17 does not hit.
There's a 26 hit.
Much the same as the last time, you know that it's coming and something stops you.
What the fuck? Bahro is going to use a key point on his bonus action for patient defense to use dodge, to have dodge on him, and he's going to use his ability of, to wall run and all of that, to, as he's doing those strikes, is going to attempt to move past him, past the enemy, toward Riley.
Okay. So you run straight past him in this moment. He had deflected your first shot. The second one, you know that he could not have had time to turn to do it, but somehow something had stopped the hit. And as you rotate around, he spins, basically just keeping up with you at that point. Like, he doesn't... you do not take an attack of opportunity is the point that I'm trying to get across. Mm-hmm. But he is following your movements, and if that's going to bring it around to his turn, with your movement before it's his turn, you can get to the room that Riley is in.
Okay, can I get to Riley?
I'll say yes.
So what Bahro wants to do with his movement is he wants to rush to Riley, and just out of process of elimination, knowing that the creature said that Riley had something of his, Bahro is going to, as soon as he gets to Riley, he's going to look in Riley's bag for the item. And if he gets the item,
Are
he wants-
you trying to get to Riley's stuff?
yes.
Matt, what would you call... It's not quite a grapple, but Riley's in fight or flight.
Basically, you're trying to say that Riley it would not allow Bahro to try to rummage through things.
Riley's not seeing things clearly either. So recognizing people isn't at full capacity.
We hadn't
I'll
had to
let
do
you
this in a long
decide.
time.
I'll let you decide if you think what you think Riley's applicable action was. I mean, the facts are, Riley is quite under duress. Somebody is encroaching on them very quickly. That person is Bahro, but
He
whether
hasn't
or not
said
Riley
anything, though. There's
True.
been no aspects to help them recognize who the individual is.
He probably would call, though. Knowing how distressed Riley is, he would have gone into the room, attempt to close it, and just be like, it's me. But he would have been like, it would be all emotion. Like, it's not like a pause, it's me, like I'm here. It would all be like one flow of motion.
I get it.
I guess this would be a set of 2 rolls. One to see if she recognizes it's Bahro. What would you have me roll for that?
To recognize if it's Bahro, insight.
This is the straight dice. That's a 6.
Don't recognize that it's Bahro, but it is someone that has said, it's me, and is now coming into your personal space.
I think flight would kick in. And they just try to keep away.
Okay, so not like running away, but like
No,
moving
just
back in the space.
Just trying to because Bahro's reaching for their stuff. Their instincts is to just dodge those movements, not get away from the space, but just keep themselves from.
Bahro would probably have a moment of just, wait, Riley, it's me, please. We don't have much time.
We'll flip the script here and Bahro make a persuasion check.
Guidance?
Yeah, why not?
Never mind, that's a nat 1.
Can you answer my question that I sent you a while ago?
Yeah, let me see.
Because that will change the narrative.
Everything that could go wrong is going wrong right now.
Here's what happens when you get a bunch of nat 20s during the combat.
I would say yes. I would say yes. Given how things went earlier, the connection is stronger.
Okay.
Damn it. I wish I was there so I could give you my fucking inspiration, but no, we're outside
Given
fighting your fucking hobgoblins.
The current motherfucking circumstances. In Riley's panic, from the back of their mind, Petrichor simply, in the calmest tone they can, says,
You don't have to. Let me. And is going to try to switch, whether Riley wants to or not.
This will be a charisma saving throw with advantage.
Petrichor or Riley?
Was this a combined check previously? Was it one that I said they both had to roll and get a 30?
When they were doing so consensually, yes. But
No, it's not consensual.
Petrichor's trying, whether
Yeah.
Riley's willing or not.
So we're gonna call this on Petrichor a charisma saving throw.
What do I need to make?
I don't think I want to tell you.
Love that. Do you want me to DM you the number?
No, you can say it out loud.
16.
16. Oh, that's so hard.
I know.
Petrichor reaches out to Riley and says, "Let me. You don't have to let me." And Riley says no.
Well, fuck whatever plan I had. Shit's going down! Anyways, continue.
Matt, question.
Answer.
Being close to Riley now, the door is across from the window?
No, the door, you would have to exit the door and go right. I think it was like 15 or 20 feet to get to the window.
So door, window.
There is no window in this room.
How much distance did I take between me and the goblin when I got into that
Not
room?
much.
Okay.
We're in a loose initiative here, so you know you have moments.
Yeah. I mean, Bahro is still, even if Riley is, he's going to continue to try to get to Riley, and just, Riley, the artifact. We don't have much time. Please.
I have, but I can't get out. I can't. I
He's
don't know
going
what to do.
He's going to extend his hand. Trust me, please.
As you extend your hand, the door bursts open. And you hear a quick sound of arcane energy. And Riley, as you look up past Bahro, directly overhead in the center of the room, there is a small glowing bead of orange light hovering. And then you hear, "Now let's not be hasty. I'll be quick, because after a moment, this falls and you both die. If I drop it, you both die. Hand me the artifact, and you may yet make it out of here with your lives."
With a panicked look in Riley's eyes, she just looks up at you and says, "He's coming."
Bahro is actually going to angle himself. He raises his staff and basically keeps it halfway, aiming at the backpack that Riley has. and he's facing in the direction of the goblin. And he says, "Shall we try to see who's faster? You striking us or me striking the object?"
Above the table, in game, you now have technically less than a minute. Out of game, to make for roleplay,
Oh no! No!
you can try to be fast all you want, but you're not faster than thought. Hand me the artifact now,
Is the
and we
hobgoblin
may yet live before he gets here.
is the hobgoblin in the room?
Yes.
Riley will start taking the bag off. Slowly.
Quickly now. We haven't much time.
And we'll just look up at Bahro.
Bahro has a moment and gives a slight nod.
Are either of you motioning to give him the artifact somehow?
Riley's slowly opening the bag, but
Quickly now.
Petrichor's gonna try again.
Roll.
24.
Petrichor takes over. Play.
Petrichor's gonna grab the artifact. Do I have it? Where the fuck is it? And pump a 5th level inflict wounds on it.
I need to check some thing. Make a spell attack roll.
$26.
Roll damage.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm shaking so bad right now. Uh, 42 points of necrotic damage.
I'm going to also say that if Bahro sees Riley Petrichor striking or using magic on the object, he would immediately launch toward the goblin.
Okay. Petrichor, you pump necrotic energy into this orb, and you watch it go from a emerald green to like a dull mossy color until getting down to black. And in that moment when it happens, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
$19.
There is a loud voice in Petrichor's head that roars the word stop. And for a moment, you feel compelled to do so, but it does not take root in your mind. And I need Petrichor to make a religion check as an image flashes in front of them.
16.
You are not, you don't get the full, you don't get a full picture. But what you do see is definitely some kind of very large dragon. The orb is not destroyed. But in this moment, Bahro, you said you lunge for the hobgoblin. You may make an attack. You are muted if you are saying numbers. I'm sorry.
Sorry. During this time fighting this goblin, would there have been any sounds or things that I would have perceived on him that would hint to something of interest?
So he is wearing the hakama. He has this long sword at his, it's honestly in his offhand right now. It is a very ornate long sword. He does have a long bow on his back with a quiver. What else?
You said that the last time that he used the blade, he didn't draw it yet. Like he's holding it by the sheath on his
Yes.
offhand.
Yes. He would have strapped kind of sort of like the back of his waist a scroll case that is closed and tightly bound. And next to where his sword would go on his belt, he would have also a dagger. Oh, and then, yeah, I did say last time when they walked past Riley the first time that they had some sort of small object tucked into their belt as well. Small, thin.
I'm gonna tell you one of. I have many things in my head, but I'm gonna go with one. I'm gonna tell you what I'm aiming to do, and you tell me how doable this is or what to roll.
Okay.
Bahro wants to launch at him, taking up the instruction of Petrichor using magic on the stone, and he wants to feint an attack with the staff in one hand. But he wants to attempt to do is close the distance to attempt to basically draw the enemy sword from the sheath to strike it. Because he's holding it by the sheath, so the handle of the sword is actually exposed, which basically means that if Bahro manages to get enough distance to it, he could easily, if he manages to grab the handle, the handle or pommel of the sword, the enemy is not holding it. So technically, it wouldn't even be disarming; it's just sliding it off the sheath.
Yes, indeed. So, sir, I will first need a deception check from you. And if you are contested by this individual's insight, and if you are successful, you will have advantage then on a sleight of hand check to claim this weapon as your own.
Can I use guidance?
I have been saying yes this whole time. Why would I stop now?
That's a 17.
You may now roll sleight of hand with advantage.
Guidance included on that too?
Guidance lasts for a minute, by the way.
Oh, right. It's not like one thing.
Until it's used. It's not every roll within a minute.
Right.
So,
Baldur's Gate 3 is lying then.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 has taken some liberties. But that being said, what I will say is that if you wish, you can use guidance here, and I'm only doing it because rule of cool.
Without guidance,
tense moment.
Okay, without guidance is 25.
Roll the guidance anyway. I gave it to you.
28. Now, I don't know how this would work on the turn, but ideally, the way that this happens is all one motion. So what Bahro is attempting to do is using his staff, throwing the thrust with one hand as he swipes, grabs, pulls, does a full spin, and attempts to basically do a cross strike with the blade on this enemy.
I need to look up another thing. Do you have proficiency with a longsword?
It's a martial weapon, no?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
You may make your attack roll. You may use, for this particular weapon, your dexterity modifier if you wish, for it is a finesse weapon. You may add your proficiency bonus because you are proficient in it. And given that it is a magic weapon that does not require attunement, you may add +1.
Wait, so sorry, that was a lot of information.
Dexterity, proficiency, +1.
You cut out on the first thing. Proficiency +1. What is it?
Dexterity, proficiency, +1.
So dexterity, proficiency +1.
Should be your usual melee attack. Just add a 1 to it.
That's 15.
Roll with advantage. You surprised him.
That's a 16.
That's better.
Fuck me.
You take his blade and you spin, going to slash him, and his eyes widen at the last moment as he backs up, narrowly avoiding. Oh,
Flurry of blows.
yeah, you can punch him. Punch him. Actually, you can attack twice. This is technically an attack action. Go for it. So you can
Right,
make another
that is-
one with the longsword, and then if you wanted to, you could flurry of blows.
Okay. 28. Actually, 29.
28.
29, actually, with a +1.
Okay, for the second attack. Let me put all the things together. Yeah, you hit him. Go ahead and roll damage. This is not a monk weapon, so you may roll 1d8 plus your dexterity and then +1.
1d8. 8. That's a total of 8 points of damage.
Okay, I have to make a roll. I need to consult a rule. That's why that's not coming up. Okay. With this second strike, he dodged the first one. With the second one, you cut. We'll say you cut across his face. Kind of like from the temple down to the chin.
Okay.
Unless you're going to aim for something else.
Yeah, I mean, the strike would have probably, realistically speaking, chances are the striker would have probably gone like a horizontal line around like the stomach area, because that would be around the level of, well, I don't know how tall this guy is, but it would have been around the level of where the blade is being held, because he would have just grabbed it in a spin and so brought like a cross slice.
That's fair. So we'll get that attack right across the belly, kind of just below the rib cage. And as that happens, what you hear is a gasp. And after that happens, Riley, you see that orange bead fall. And now I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw.
By everybody, do you mean like everybody?
Not you two. You guys are far away. Oh, Tarzan ran. Or no, he fell. I see the replay on Twitch. He's gone. Tarzan has left the building.
That's a nat 1.
No! No! Can I?
It's okay. I have evasion, so technically it's half damage anyway.
You've taken a lot of damage, Bahro.
Also, I don't know if this would matter in regards to this this sphere, Matt, but I also would want this thing to make a con saving throw. Like, I don't know if
we'll get to that in just a moment. Actually, you know what? That would happen right now. So, what is the DC?
16.
He passes.
Okay.
have some math to do. Petrichor, I did not hear what you rolled.
15.
15. Okay. This is going to be a time. So that would be...
This is way too much time.
Tarzan, are you alive over there? Like it almost seems like you've been decapitated. Clucky's gonna need a lot of therapy after this one. Tarzan too.
Come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me.
To the afterlife.
To everybody in the room, that is 55 points of fire damage.
Are you fucking shitting me?
That's half for me.
Half for you.
22.
I'm going to drag this dragon by the ear to this fort if anything goes wrong.
Honestly, I would totally pay to see Clucky attempt to grapple a dragon.
So how we looking?
We're looking about the same.
About the same.
I looked at his hit points and I looked at mine. He's 2 fewer than I am.
Okay.
How is our goblin fella looking?
Not very good.
I'm going to, considering that it's technically still my turn.
Uh-huh. You've used your action.
Yes.
Just move all those out of the way.
How's this castle looking? Is it still up holding together?
You know what? No, you guys can see outside.
I was gonna ask what does this turn of events look like?
This was a conflagration of flame that enveloped this entire room and, given the scale of it, blew out the side of this tower. So, to Clucky and Xanthi flying overhead, the very large central tower now has a hole in it.
Which direction is this hole
Can we
facing?
see your teammates?
Would we say that it's the wall that Petrichor was hiding?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Would be
which
across
direction?
from there.
Which direction is this missing wall facing?
Outside, the same that the window was. So, basically, from Bahro's orientation, facing a person standing in the door to his right.
To his right. So this is.
You went on mute. don't know why.
That means that it leads to like the center area of the camp, or is facing more toward like the outward.
Facing the way that you came. So yeah, it would be facing towards the exterior of the camp. Like not deeper into it, but like facing towards the border wall.
Gotcha.
That's a hike, but there's a window. I guess I can get rid of that timer now.
So you'd say Clucky is able to see these two thoroughly charred inside, right? Right.
You definitely. We'll say yes. We'll say yes. You can see them. You can see into this opening.
Would I perceive any like goblins or enemies in that direction, like below that hole, or like in that direction? Is there a sense of, can I, if I were to like jump that, is that leads me down to still the camp by the door or over the wall, or?
It wouldn't be over the wall. You'd have to. You would basically land in the camp and then run for the wall.
Is there any still surviving?
I'd say you're probably
unaccompanied-
like 90, 100 feet from the wall.
Is there still any surviving unaccompanied flying mounts?
No.
Clucky's gonna.
You know what? That's a good question. Let's decide. There are.
How far?
Question, Xanthi.
Yeah, I was about to ask.
Featherfall.
What?
Do you have Featherfall?
I do not, but I do. But the thing is that here's the thing. So you said there are unaccompanied monsters flying through the air, correct?
No, on the ground.
Yeah.
On the ground? Okay, none of them are up
on the ground. Yeah. Yeah, all the ones in the air are mounted, but there are. I'll roll this to decide. Three of these on the ground.
How many enemies are in the area where I'm at? We are like below that tower currently.
Below that tower. Scattered about, depending on how far away you go, 3 minimum, a dozen max.
Is there this tower? Would you say that this tower is closer to the docks?
Yes, it is closer to the ocean.
And would the ocean section or the path between the tower and the ocean have sounds or like anything that would hint to there being enemies, or are they mostly concentrated on the camp and outside the camp currently?
A lot of the majority of these warriors would be gathering at the gate or beyond it, because they were basically told, we're under attack, we need to go out and get these people. And then the people started flying overhead, so yeah, they're really trying to figure this out now. And
Right.
also that storm is getting closer, which is weird.
Right.
Because my turn is not over, so that's why I'm...
No, it's not. This is all happening in a hummingbird's wing beat.
Yeah, how far, thematically speaking, is Petrichor from me in that room?
You've taken maybe 2 steps to like 10 feet.
Okay. I would like to use my bonus to have Step of the Wind, not Step of the Wind, Passion Defense Disengage as a bonus action using a key point. I want to use my 10 feet to get to Petrichor, and I want to use the remainder to jump with Petrichor at my back down the tower and use slow fall.
I'm going to, before that happens, just ask Petrichor to make a strength saving throw from when you got hit with the delayed blast fireball.
$19.
19. You retained your hold on the orb instead of getting blasted and losing your hand on it. So, Bahro scoops up the child. Oh.
Can I do a thing on the way out?
Probably.
I want to try to cast Banishment.
On.
Do it.
The hobgoblin? Bugbear? The dude.
The bro.
I do believe that you have to touch him.
You do not for banishment.
60 feet.
Oh, 60
You just point at them. Yeah.
You just point at them.
Okay.
I looked that shit up because I wanted to make sure.
Banishment's come in
What?
clutch twice for me, like very recently. So I know
That was just
yes.
Scalen's flavor of banishment. He likes to hop on people and hug them and banish them.
What type of DC is it?
Huggle of banishment.
Charisma save.
And what is the DC?
15.
Destroy him. Make him go poo.
You reach out to banish this individual who is still recoiling from the fireball. And after he takes that step forward, like, seeing what's going on and is now trying to move to act, and you cast the spell, you see him flicker and almost have to retake that step as he just puts his head down and continues to start moving forward as he chooses to succeed.
It's 2! It's 2! That's all I got.
In the arms of Bahro, slow falling to the ground. I said that it was 20, 30 feet tops, so I know that that's going to end up being less than your slow fall.
It'd most likely be like you would have just sheathed the staff, pick Petrichor up in the usual sling thing, and while still holding the sword, just crouching tiger, hidden dragon, jump off.
Okay. You jump off and you hit the ground. While I think for a moment, because I know he's been chomping at the bit, Mr. Clucky, you have spotted some aerial mounts. What would you like to do? And now you have spotted a humanoid with a small humanoid leaping from the tower.
Clucky is going to fly down to those 3 mounts with Xanthi.
I do have a question. You did mention like a very giant creature with an arsenal thing on it.
Uh-huh.
How far is that from the building?
A good, like maybe 150 feet. It's a pretty big camp.
So it is far from the camp?
Well, it's far from the building. It's like making its way out of the main gate of the camp.
Okay. And you said how far is it from us currently?
As the Pythagoras flies, probably like 300 feet.
Okay. How far are the ones that are flying above us?
Oh, much closer. Like probably 40 feet from you.
40 feet? Okay. So I would like to cast Dominate Beast on on the closest one.
Okay.
So it would have to make a wisdom saving throw of 16.
16. Gotcha.
Cause a distraction.
Oh, I wasn't going to cause a distraction. I'm going to see if I can get it to knock off its fucking thing, and I'm going to mount that shit myself.
Is that the order you give it?
Yeah.
It worked!
You guys, after Xanthi Jedi mind tricks this giant eagle, you see it just like take a second and then just barrel roll through the air, and you can hear, and we're gonna figure something out.
This is so satisfying.
Yeah. After a couple spins through the air, you see.
Bye! So, I'm assuming you're trying to ride that big bird.
Yes, I'll have it fly up underneath Clucky, and
you two
Xanthi
can
would just be like, "Drop the bitch."
Coordinate.
Yeah. He'll let her go mid descent, and then he's going straight. He's beelining it for the 2 mounts, still unattended.
Xanthi, does she see the little humanoid and Bahro jumping out of the building?
Yeah.
She's going to head in that direction.
Okay. So you guys are heading in that direction. I don't even think that I really need to. Bahro, you hit the ground and you are running with child in hand. You can hear the events that are going on, but you know where the wall is, and that's the way that you're heading. I'm going to fully assume that you hear Clucky or Xanthi calling out. Like, I would imagine that you guys are trying to establish some kind of contact so that you guys can work together.
Question.
You are running.
Is there a path, or at least a wall-running path from where I'm at toward the docks to move away from all the chaos? Or through the wall?
You want to go towards the docks.
I'm basically trying to move as far away
Potentially.
from like the majority of, like, if the majority of this whole multitude is gathered over there.
Well, that would also be away from Clucky and Xanthi. Just for full disclosure.
But it also would be, if they were to follow, it would lead them away also from the huge dinosaur and pretty much every other soldier that is
True.
outside of.
I will say Xanthi is actively heading towards you while like her intention is to try and swoop in and at least grab the child out of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm buying time. If they're they're flying, so they can follow. They see me, they know where I'm going, so they can follow me.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, that would be the hope.
So, Bahro, as you are running, you hear a whisper. Do you happen to speak Draconic?
No.
You hear a whisper in your ear, which is the voice of the hobgoblin you just faced off with. Lovostatin. And you cannot move.
Is this like? Do I have like the paralyzed condition or stunned condition?
Stunned.
I won.
It is unfortunately not quite your turn yet.
Okay.
As this is happening, Petrichor on their back, you could see this individual has again peered out of a puff of purple smoke and is now probably 20 feet away from you guys. He is not giving up. Unfortunately, that is the 2 spells and all of his movement for that turn. So I believe that's going to bring us to Petrichor for something else.
What the fuck can I even do? How far away are the storm clouds?
Very fast approaching.
I'm using my action to cast Death Ward on Bahro.
Very good. Shall we do anything else?
And my bonus action to cast Compelled Duel.
All right, I believe that is a wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
He could choose to succeed. However, you're the target anyway. So your spell succeeds. His eyes have locked on you, Petrichor.
Petrichor is going to slip down from Bahro's back. And moves their full movement, which for Petrichor is only 20 feet, away from the rest of the party. Just maintaining eye contact. And for everyone who can see Petrichor, physically, they look about as hurt as Bahro does. But to all of your recollection, this is the first time since Petrichor has become human that they've been hit with any kind of damage. Their hair is singed and they look beat to heck. They look like they're having a hard time standing. But with all of the might and foolhardy courage they have, they're standing as tall as they can. Hands balled into fists, making some kind of stand against this hobgoblin.
Okay. In all fairness, this would be Xanthi and Clucky's sort of. Well, I guess you two can kind of go one after the other now. Since you guys have been sharing initiative, I'll let you guys decide who can go first.
I will say Clucky can go first.
As of right now, Clucky is trying to wrangle up the three mounts and getting them ready to take flight. He's also on the lookout for any signs of Crow, because he hasn't made an appearance in a while, and keeping eyes on the last known direction that he saw the hatchling and blind one.
Give me a animal handling check. Rule of cooling. I'm not making this a high DC because I want you guys to succeed.
Do you? Do you really?
Oh, I put a
made this very
big
difficult
block.
for us already.
I've been using guidance like it's Christmas.
I mean, sure, but like...
So 21.
It takes a second, as you are not the normal form that these creatures are used to listening to, but you do wrangle them. If they are all saddled, they all have reins that you can grab a hold of and pull them. They don't exactly fly along with you, but you can lead them along the ground.
I would say Clucky's just reverting back to his farming experience, mindful of their blind spots, just using his experience with the farmer, keeping them calm, and then directing them as best as he can.
Perfect.
And then he's going to drive them towards, using Xanthi as a spotter towards Bahro and Petrichor. Calling out for Crow as well. 3.
Xanthi?
Okay, so I'm like having this thing flying full speed towards Bahro and Petrichor. How far am I from them currently?
I'd say after this thing's full movement, you're like 60 feet from them.
60 feet. Okay.
It wasn't that far, and these things fly really fast. And if it's only using its turn to move, then that's 160 feet that this thing can move.
Okay, and I can easily see Petrichor and Bahro, correct?
Yeah. Bahro is not really moving, and Petrichor seems to be facing off with like a 6'3", singed as fuck, hobgoblin warlord looking motherfucker.
Okay. Fuck. Okay. Give me a minute. Xanthi is going to. This guy's 60 feet away from me, right?
Yes.
Xanthi's going to point at this guy, and she is going to cast Disintegrate. So he's going to have to make a dexterity saving throw of 16. And also, does he know that Xanthi's even incoming right now? So
He is focused. However,
silence is killing me, dude.
Legendary
You-
resistance.
point at this individual. And how does Disintegrate look for Xanthi Nightingale?
So you would probably see like these spectrals of flames surrounding this individual before it would probably like slash through them multiple times and then like pretty much like yanking him all around until like there's nothing left, like just yoinking him with force damage.
As these spectral flames, as you describe them, start tearing into this individual, they cry out in pain, and you watch as chunks of them are disappearing. And in the last moment before he is completely gone, his form, the missing pieces come back and are instead replaced by gaping wounds as he slumps forward, breathing incredibly heavily.
Compelled
Half of
dual
his
resist.
face is gone, just a bloody mess. He's got, there's literal chunks missing out of this person that he is now bleeding from. And he's breathing so deeply, holding on by exactly one thread. And you watch almost a sort of magic aura around him shatter as this happens.
As my bonus action.
Okay.
What? What?
I'm so fucking ready for this. Let's just go.
As my bonus action. Oh, God. Do I want to do this? You said he's hanging on like by a thread, right?
Yes.
Okay, so question. Since I am 60 feet away from this guy, so technically it's not movement? It would be falling? If she just allowed herself to fall off this thing, dagger aimed at this motherfucker. Can she just full force just slam? I'll take the fucking fall damage.
Okay.
Did you multi-class into
attack roll.
barbarian?
No,
How high are you?
Xanthi's just fucking feral. About 60 feet.
You can make an
Clucky's
attack
gonna have
roll.
to carry 3 bodies out of this goddamn place.
What did you say?
You can make an attack roll.
Okay. I'm fucking
So glad I
terrified,
stopped
you
to
guys.
pick up fucking mounts. So glad I stopped to pick up mounts.
Sir, that is an 18 plus 6. 18, 20, 22, 24? Can I use my inspiration? Or just 24 hit?
Taylor, how do you want to do this?
Yes! So
The magic
upon
aura that shattered was the spell Death Ward. Your disintegrate would have killed him, but he had 1 HP because of Death Ward.
so
So
upon
the fact that you
seeing
attacked him and hit at all.
so
he is
upon
yours.
seeing him facing up to a fucking child, Xanthi, dagger out, rolls off of this flying beast, and she is just screaming at the top of her fucking lungs, hands off the fucking baby, and she just fucking stabs her blade into it. I don't care how much, like, I'll roll for the fucking fall damage.
You yell this at the top of your lungs as you're flying through the air, and in this state, he has enough time just to turn and look up at you, taking a deep inhale and raising his hand, and you just
Counter
stagger first directly into his sternum
Ooh.
and drop right to the ground, sliding on him like a goddamn surfboard for about 10 feet until you are at Petrichor's feet.
I will say for flavor, Xanthi is just fucking wailing on this thing. How much fall damage do I take?
Rule of cool, you fucking don't.
Yes!
Uh,
Xanthi just ragdolls herself into the damn thing.
I am surrounded by psychopaths.
I figured Clucky would be proud of that.
Oh, absolutely. If he's seen it, absolutely. But me as the onlooker, you guys are fucking psychotic.
Bahro, you are no longer stunned. Petrichor, you are looking at Xanthi, who now is able to look up at you, and Clucky, you have a means of escape.
I'm going to say, as soon as Bahro is able to move and he turns around and he senses what's happening, so just because my brain is a little mush right now, technically speaking, we basically would need to use the magic of this thing on like the dial stone, correct? Like we need to do a transfer.
What we had agreed
Your-
to was to get the artifact and take it back to Zazima.
Which Riley for sure knows Zazima is on his way.
And I did say he's coming to Bahro.
I'm going to say that Bahro is just going to approach Petrichor to check on them. And he's just going to... He doesn't say anything, he doesn't ask, he just has that moment where his hands go to gently, he has a hesitation about touching Petrichor's shoulders. and it's just that he focuses on the heartbeat. Heartbeat's good. They're standing. They're kind of weak. He has a moment.
At this point, the adrenaline is gone, and they collapse to their knees.
I'm going to say Bahro is going to gently as he can, pick them up, casting also a hand of healing for 5 points of healing on Petrichor, and he calls out to Xanthi as well that we do not have much time, Xanthi. It's coming.
No, I know you say that. Do what? Can I loot anything on this body?
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Bahro is walking. Bahro is already moving.
If there's something to grab, he's got there's what did I say earlier? A scroll case. There is a empty scabbard. There is a longbow, a quiver with 1 arrow, and there is a dagger, and upon close inspection, this small object, which is a folding fan on his belt.
I'm gonna grab the fan and run.
Grab the fan.
And then, of course, there is his robes. But I mean, other than that,
Well, I don't have time to strip search the guy. I'm gonna grab the fan and go.
okay.
So, from a perspective of location, we're within the camp,
Yes.
and we're kind of in the far back area of the camp, which means that even with mounds, we would need to go past a bunch of goddamn goblins if we wanted
Well, they're flying goblins, and you do have potentially the largest distraction incoming.
Is Clucky with us yet?
Yes.
I would be.
In the climax of this, you have all grouped up.
It's reunion touching and all, but we need to get going here. Take your mounts. Have I seen the strange one?
No. What DM with my sense, the mounts that Clucky is bringing, are they ground mounts or flying? Oh, flying mounts. Got
Yes.
it. Noted.
But now that they belong to you, one of which actually being dominated by one of you, they are giant eagles.
The eagles are coming. Okay.
There's 3 of them. Riley could ride with one of us, but
I would say Bahro will probably just stick with Riley.
As Bahro's holding Petrichor, you regain... How many? How many can I do? You regain 40 hit points.
Just for safety, I'm going to say that I'm going to use also Second Wind. And I'm going to add 7 more points to that.
Alright. Clucky's going to leave the beasts with these 3. He's taking flight and scouring this whole place for Crow right now. He'll follow once they get going.
I would say Bahro would attempt to, once as they're putting Petrichor so they can hop on the eagle with Petrichor in front of them, he has a moment where he attempts to stomp on the ground to see if he can sense either movement that may be like Crow or at least a heartbeat that could potentially be connected to Crow rather than the rest of the goblins.
So, canonically speaking, for your characters, nobody has any sight of Crow. Above the table.
Can I cast
Given
see
that-
invisibility?
I can't.
Let him finish.
Above the
Let him
table
finish.
before we start using resources, knowing that Isaac wasn't going to be here, after Crow pulled off the saber-toothed tiger and the goblin that were about to jump at him and Riley, Crow evaded them, exited the camp, and none of you could tell because his weapon is silenced, but he's been taking pot shots at a bunch of goblins this entire time. Safe
Okay.
from the tree line.
Whew. Okay.
Classic Crow.
Classic Crow.
Just for insurance purposes, because I'm thinking ahead. Is this Riley's Petricor's last spell? It's not, but it's close. Is going to cast Sending. We're trying to get out. Head for the dial. And that's it.
Oh, there it is again. Okay, I'll head. It's a long walk, but I guess I'll meet up with you guys. That me and Opa.
If in that case,
magic.
Crow's or Clucky's going to act as a barrier between any pursuing flying enemies and the group on the ground right now.
Bahro is going to the bolts that he basically had that he took. He basically breaks the sticks of them to make them shorter, so they become dagger length, so they can actually be thrown like a light throwing weapon.
I like it. Makes sense.
Xanthi's just ready to set fire to anything that comes near her.
Gotcha. So, you all take off and begin flying away from the camp as it begins to rain. In the rolling thunder overhead, as breaking from the clouds comes the massive form of the blue great worm Zazima. A deafening roar fills the skies as he begins to strafe over the camp, and you watch a white-hot beam of electricity arc across the entirety of this camp. As he lifts his head and begins to turn around for a second pass. And as this chaos begins to unfold, that is where we will end tonight's session.
I knew it! I freaking knew it!
This fucking stressed me out, man.
Holy shit, talking mushrooms and all that is holy.
I want to cry so bad.
Thank you all for tuning in or watching on YouTube later. Thank you guys for playing. We have been To Be Diced Adventures, and we will see you next time. Avrak, the chieftain of the Kurstok clan, a powerful wizard in his own right, has all measures of contingencies. And as this lightning breath digs into the landscape, a roughly 8-foot-long stone casket opens beneath this temple as Avrak stands ready to reclaim what is his.